2, and Bill number 190466 will be held by the call of the sponsors. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the first bills.
Bill numbers 190098, an ordinance establishing a parking regulation on 13th Street, West Side, Master Street to Jefferson Street. And Bill number 190119, an ordinance establishing a parking regulation on 22nd Street, West Side, Aspen Street to Brown Street. And Bill number 190211, an ordinance establishing parking regulations in the vicinity of South 13th Street and Dickinson Street, Federal Street and South 7th Street, Federal Street and South 10th Street, Annan Street and South 9th Street, Eisminger Street and Morris Street, Cross Street and Marshall Street, South 13th Street and Reed Street. And Bill number 190364, an ordinance establishing parking regulations in the vicinity of Camac Street and Moyamensing Avenue, McKean Street and South 10th Street, Snyder Avenue to South 10th Street, Sartain Street and Mifflin Street, South Juniper Street and Jackson Street, Hoffman Street and South 7th Street, Wolf Street and South 11th Street. And Bill number 190365, an ordinance establishing parking regulations in the vicinity of South 12th Street and Passyunk Avenue, Emily Street and South 8th Street, Dudley Street and South 7th Street, through South 9th Street, Winton Street and South 11th Street and South 9th Street and McKean Street, South 13th Street and Morris Street. And Bill number 190381, an ordinance establishing parking regulations in the vicinity of North 17th Street and Francis Street, Willington Street and Jefferson Street, Thompson Street and North 16th Street, Parish Street and Taney Street, North 23rd Street and Aspen Street, North 23rd Street and Brown Streets.
Thank you, Mr. McMonigle. We have received written testimony submitted for the record for those bills just read. Is there any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else to testify on bills number 190098, 190119, 190211, 190364, or 190365, or 190381? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190411, an ordinance regulating the direction of movement of traffic on certain portions of 85th and 86th Streets, Eastwick Avenue, and Harley and Luther Places, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. We do have testimony
Keisha?
From Streets. She's here. Thank you. Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Keisha Duckett, Department of Streets. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Keisha Duckett, District Traffic Engineer for the Department of Streets. I am here today to offer testimony on bill number 190411, sponsored by Councilman Johnson. This bill establishes the following one-way regulations. 86th Street between Eastwick Avenue and Luther Place, one-way southbound. 85th Street between Eastwick Avenue and Luther Place, one-way northbound. Eastwick Avenue between 85th Street and 86th Street, one-way eastbound. Harley Place between 85th Street and 86th Street, one-way westbound. Luther Place between 85th Street and 86th Street, one-way westbound. The Department of Streets has no objections to this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there anybody else here to testify on bill number 190411? Thank you. Before we go to the next bill, I'd like to acknowledge attendance at Councilman Johnson's here for the hearing. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190434, an ordinance establishing a no truck parking regulation on Whitby Avenue between 52nd and 53rd Streets, both sides.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear. My name is Keisha Duckett, District Traffic Engineer for the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190434. The Department of Streets has no objection to this bill. This regulation can be posted within 30 days of the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, is anyone else here to testify on bill number 190434? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 181004, an ordinance amending Title 9 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Regulation of Businesses, Trades, and Professions by amending Chapter 9200 entitled Commercial Activities on Streets by revising certain provisions related to street vendors and sidewalk sales to prohibit the sale of fireworks by such vendors, all under certain terms and conditions.
Sarah, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Squilla and members of the Committee on Streets and Services. My name is Sarah Kaiser, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Manager for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Today, I'm here to provide testimony on Bill Number 181004, which, if enacted, will amend Section 9-203 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Street Vendors and Section 9-205 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Sidewalk Sales. On December 4th, 2018, the Commonwealth Court of Pennsylvania issued an order which modifies Pennsylvania's firework laws, Act 43 of 2017. As of the date of the order, Pennsylvania will no longer have the legal authority to have or license the sale of fireworks within tents or temporary structures. If enacted, Bill Number 181004 will prohibit the sale of fireworks by street vendors, those engaged in sidewalk sales. Prohibiting the sale of fireworks on streets and sidewalks not only enables the department to enforce the court order issued by the state, but also helps the department ensure that locations where fireworks will be sold are built and maintained in safe, code-compliant manner. If the sale of fireworks were to be permitted on city streets and sidewalks, there would be the potential for large quantities of explosives to be in close proximity to the members of the public gathering in the right-of-way, without the safeguards that may be present within a structure, such as fire-rated constructions or a sprinkler system. This could result in a potentially hazardous situation. By limiting the sale of fireworks to brick-and-mortar locations, the department can confirm that the structures where fireworks are stored and sold comply with the applicable provisions of the building code. The department supports this bill and is prepared to enforce it should it become law. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the department's testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify on Bill Number 181004? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill Number 190309, an ordinance amending Section 9-203 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Street Vendors by prohibiting vending along certain portions of Spring Garden Street, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kaiser, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Manager for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Today, I'm here to provide testimony on Bill Number 190309, which, if enacted, will amend Section 9-203 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Street Vendors. This bill would prohibit street vendors from stopping, standing, or parking their vehicles for the purpose of selling any goods, wares, or merchandise on the south side of Spring Garden Street between Broad Street and 16th Street. The code currently prohibits this activity on the south side of Spring Garden Street between 15th and 16th Streets. The Department of Licenses and Inspections has no objection to this bill and is prepared to enforce its provisions should it become law. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the department's testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on 190309? You want to testify? Come on. Just state, when you come sit down, then just state your name for the record and then proceed with your question or testimony.
Okay, my name is Lynn Robinson. We were just sitting there and heard this for the first time, and we were just wondering if this is about the food trucks that are near Broad and Spring Garden, because we know there's a lot of food trucks around there. Is that what is being discussed?
Any kind of, no street renting will be permitted in that area, according to this bill.
Is there a reason?
I guess it was introduced by...
Mr. Chairman, that's Council President Clark's district. He was requested, I believe, by businesses and people in the area to support that bill to prohibit vending. It's not unusual to do that. Yeah, so.
Okay, well, I would just like to say it sounds rather odd that the people around there are asking for this. I can imagine there might be a business or two.
Well,
that's
okay.
all I can say.
Well, thank you for your testimony, and we'll let the sponsor know. Is there any other questions or testimony on Bill Number 190309? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190320, an ordinance amending Section 9-213 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Farmers Markets by adding a permissible location all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kaiser, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Manager for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Today, I'm here to provide testimony on Bill number 190320, which, if enacted, will amend Section 9-213 of the Philadelphia Code, entitled Farmers Markets. This bill would permit a farmers market to be located on the sidewalk and adjoining curb lanes of the east side of North Christopher Columbus Boulevard from Race Street Pier to a point approximately 150 feet south of Cherry Street Pier. Additionally, the bill has been amended to include a second permissible location on the sidewalk and adjoining curb line of North Front Street between Oxford Street and Cecil B. Moore. The department has no objection to this bill and its amendments and is prepared to enforce its provisions should it become law. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the department's testimony.
Thank you. Pat, are you testifying?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want to just state your name for the record and proceed, and then we'll go to the next?
Good morning, Councilperson Squilla and members of the Streets and Services Committee. My name is Pat O'Donnell. I am the Director of Operations for the Streets Department, testifying on Bill number 190320. The Streets Department has no opposition to this bill being passed as amended.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
My name is John Glenn, and I work for a company called Farm to City. We operate 10 farmers markets in the city with the help of community partners and city agencies. The original amendment to the farmers market ordinance included closing down the street between Oxford Street and Cecil B. Moore Avenue. And we understand that the Streets Department has an objection to closing down the street, setting up barricades and closing down the street, and is offering us the curb lane of one side of the street. But we would like the option of putting up the barricades for that location. First of all, I'd like to say that the Streets Department, especially Mr. Patrick O'Donnell, we consider you a partner. You've helped me out many times with solving problems, and the City Council has been so supportive of farmers markets. So it feels weird to say testimony against it, where I'd like to work as a partner to solve the problem of this location. We plan on using the barricades in every way we see them being used around the city, temporary for a few hours during the Sunday morning. We will have staff on hand to remove them in case an emergency vehicle comes by. We also only really have the farmers market on the east side of the street, so there would be an unobstructed path for any vehicle or emergency vehicle to go on the west side of the street.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Councilwoman Sanchez?
Yes. This is part of a request by our office to amend and add these streets. We're very excited about the farmers market coming to Front Street, but because this is the first year, we do want to tread lightly. I think we'll be willing to work with you and maybe the closeout day or something. But Front Street is a major corridor for folks who are going to visit restaurants, and so I'm trying to balance the interest of some of the new restaurants that are in the area and the fact that Front Street's the only street that goes up and down outside of 6th Street, so from Front Street. So we will work with you, but you know, let's move forward on this and we can add a couple of days where we do the entire street. I'm happy to try to accommodate as best.
I've been told you've been very helpful throughout the whole process, as Streets Department has always been. We have the support and letters of support from Honey Grow, who's on the street. The International Bar has a letter of support to submit.
There's a difference between the impacted businesses there and the businesses that are on opposite sides of the area that we're going to do. Again, we will be happy to work with you, and I assure you we will have a successful season.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other people here to testify on bill number 190320 as amended? Seeing none, Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190410, an ordinance amending Section 9-213 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Farmers Markets by adding a permissible location on South Broad Street, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Kaiser, and I'm the Legislative Affairs Manager for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Today, I'm here to provide testimony on Bill Number 190410, which, if enacted, will amend Section 9-213 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Farmers Markets. This bill would permit a farmers market to be located on the sidewalk and the curb lane of the west side of South Broad Street between Morris Street and Castle Avenue. The department has no objection to this bill and is prepared to enforce its provisions should it become law. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the department's testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify on Bill Number 190410? Sarah, thank you for your testimony. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190304, an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 106 by establishing a curved corner at the intersection of the westerly side of 34th Street and the northeasterly side of Mantua Avenue, and establishing a curb bump out extending along the northeasterly curb line of said Mantua Avenue from 34th Street to a point northwesterly therefrom under certain terms and conditions.
Frank, you want to start, and then we'll go to Sarah.
Good morning, Chairperson Squilla and members of the committee. My name is Frank Morelli, Survey Bureau Manager for the Department of Streets, and I would like to offer the following testimony in support of Bill Number 190304. This is an administration ordinance requested by Mr. Michael J. Campbell of Whitman Requart Associates on behalf of Mount Vernon CDC, the Planning Commission, and the Philadelphia Water Department. The purpose of this proposed ordinance is to relocate the curb line and house line located at 34th and Mantua Streets to facilitate reconstruction and accommodate ADA-compliant ramps and green stormwater infrastructure. This is an early action item of the proposed Mantua Greenway project. The Department of Streets supports this ordinance and recommends favorable action to your committee. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Okay. Good morning, Chairman Squilla and members of Streets and Services Committee. I'm Sarah Chu, City Planner with the Philadelphia City Planning Commission. I'm here to testify on Bill Number 190304, which was introduced by Council Member Blackwell on April 25, 2019. Bill Number 190304 will authorize the revisions of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan by creating a curved corner at the intersection of the westerly side of 34th Street and the northeasterly side of Mantua Avenue, and establishing a curb bump out at this location. This action is to facilitate the construction of a shared use path, which is a part of the Mantua Greenway project. The Planning Commission had approved this shared use path application at its meeting on October 16, 2018. Therefore, the Planning Commission, at the meeting of May 21, 2019, recommended Bill Number 190304 approval as the item in accord with previous policy. This concludes my testimony. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today and be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, anyone else here to testify on Bill Number 190304? Thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190307, an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 271 by placing on the City Plan a cutback area at the northwest corner of 2nd Street and Germantown Avenue under certain terms and conditions, including the dedication to the city of the bed of the said cutback area.
I would like to offer the following testimony in support of Bill Number 190307. This is not an administration ordinance, but an ordinance requested by Ms. Shannon Hayback of Bowler Engineering on behalf of Mr. Dave Rooney of U.S. Capital Investments, LLC. The purpose of this proposed ordinance is to provide sufficient sidewalk area for the pedestrian use at the affected northwest corner of 2nd and Germantown Avenue. The Department of Streets supports this ordinance and recommends favorable action to your committee. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm testifying on Bill Number 190307. Bill Number 190307 will place a triangular area at the corner of 2nd Street and Germantown Avenue onto the City Plan and to dedicate the bed of the area to the city. This action will expand the sidewalk area to accommodate the anticipated pedestrian traffic volume, and it will allow the construction of the required ADA ramps at this location. The Planning Commission at its meeting on May 21st, 2019, recommended Bill number 190307 for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, anyone else here to testify on Bill number 190307? Seeing none, Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190379, an ordinance amending Section 2 of an ordinance, Bill number 170086, approved May 22, 2017, entitled, an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 269 by relocating portions of the house lines and curb lines of Convention Avenue from 34th Street to Health Sciences Drive, and placing on the City Plan 2 rights-of-way for drainage purposes within the vicinity of the intersection of Convention Avenue and Health Sciences Drives, and authorizing acceptance of the grant to the city, all under certain terms and conditions.
Please proceed.
I would like to offer the following testimony on Bill number 190379. This is not an administration ordinance, but an ordinance requested by Ms. Jennifer Caffrey Warren, Senior Project Manager of Langen Engineering and Environmental Services, on behalf of the University of Pennsylvania. This proposed ordinance will extend the time period for compliance with the terms and conditions of a prior authorizing ordinance. The purpose of this action is to redesign and reconfigure the lines of Convention Avenue from 34th Street to Health Sciences Drive to accommodate a reconfigured streetscape and enhance pedestrian access to better serve patients and users of the proposed new Penn Medicine Patient Pavilion. The Department of Streets supports this ordinance and recommends favorable action to your committee. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190379. This bill will expand the timeline for compliance of its original bill, number 170086, which was to relocate portions of the house line and curb lines of Convention Avenue from 34th Street to Health Sciences Drive, and to place Convention Avenue and certain utility rights-of-ways on the city plan. This action is to accommodate the proposed Penn Medicine's new hospital facility at the former Penn Tower site. The original bill was approved by the Planning Commission on February 21st, 2017. Therefore, the Planning Commission at its meeting on May 21st, 2019, recommended this bill for approval as item in accord with previous policy. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify on Bill number 190379 or 190379? Seeing none, Mr. McGonigal, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190450, an ordinance authorizing the revision of lines and grades on a portion of City Plan number 15-S by placing on the City Plan Alter Street from 17th Street to 18th Street in order to conform more closely with existing condition under certain terms and conditions.
Please proceed.
I would like to offer the following testimony in support of Bill number 190450. This is not an administration ordinance, but an ordinance requested by Dawn Tancredi, Esquire, representing 1702 Alter Street, LP. This street has been open in use by the public for many years, but was not previously plotted on city plan. The purpose of this proposed ordinance is to clarify Alter Street from 17th Street to 18th Street as a city street in order to provide for proper zoning enforcement and permitting and to ensure continuance of city services at this location. The Department of Streets supports this ordinance and recommends favorable action to your committee. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190450. Bill number 190450 will place Alter Street between 17th and 18th Street on city plan. Alter Street at this location is physically improved city street, open for public traffic. To place Alter Street on the city plan, it will allow an existing warehouse parcel to be subdivided to build 3 single-family houses fronting on Alter Street. The Planning Commission is scheduled to consider this bill on June 11th with a staff recommendation for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else to testify on Bill number 190450? Seeing none, thank you so much for your testimonies. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190467, an ordinance amending section 12-2809 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Civil Penalties and Costs by amending penalties for certain parking, standing, or stopping violations.
Thank you. Just state your name, Chris, for the record, and then pursue your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the Streets and Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Christopher Pahalski, Director for Policy and Strategic Initiatives at Otis. I'm here today to offer testimony on Bill number 190467. The administration has recently stepped up enforcement of traffic and parking violations in cooperation with other partners to increase safety and reduce congestion. This is especially true for streets with transit routes, which are often impeded by a illegally stopped vehicle, causing difficulties for many people without other transportation options. This bill increases fines for such illegal and often dangerous behaviors. Studies in other cities have shown that increased fines as a part of an overall approach to better manage traffic and curbside use can increase mobility, especially for those who rely on transit to get to jobs. Connect Philadelphia's Strategic Transportation Plan has a deliverable to update fines, fees, and policy for modern circulation and parking patterns. This bill, combined with other efforts to increase the availability of parking and loading zones and Council's own efforts for auxiliary enforcement officers, will improve traffic throughout the city and especially in the most congested parts of Philadelphia. The administration supports this bill. I'm available to respond to questions.
Thank you. Scott, if you just want to say, state your name for the record. And see if, do you want to state your name for the record, and then do you want to add any testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you do not mind, I have some brief testimony on the bill. Good morning. My name is Scott Petrie, and I'm the Executive Director of the Philadelphia Parking Authority. I'm here today to testify about Bill number 190467. This bill includes an increase to several parking violations which contribute to congestion, such as double parking, parking in bus zones, crosswalks, intersections, stopping in prohibited places, just to name a few. We have heard from parking enforcement officers that there is a pervasive attitude among many employees of business owners that the ticket is simply a cost of doing business. Instead, the PPA believes that part of our responsibility is to change attitudes and perceptions. Drivers need to understand that these violations are contributors to the traffic congestion and that the cost of idling and searching for parking is borne by everyone. It's been reported that the cost is over $1,500 per driver in Philadelphia, or over $3.3 billion per year. The violation increases proposed today represent a $25 increase on congestion-related violations. The only fine that is on the books for $1,000 is the use of a fraudulent placard for contractors, which is the same amount that is in the law for fraudulent use of handicap placards. This sounds high, but we are trying to protect the integrity of the program. Our goal is to show the public that we do not take the notion of counterfeiting a placard lightly. This fine also protects those contractors who pay for a placard. As with all ordinances, we are asking for your support in our amendments and our goal of creating a more efficient city. Thank you in advance, and I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Councilwoman Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you for coming and testifying. I know there's been a whole lot of discussion around congestion fee and other things in Center City. How is this relating to what we currently charge folks for loading zones and the contractor licensing? Because part of what I've heard is that some of those licenses are so cheap, right? And so the reason that you have so many construction vehicles all over the city is that they're cheap. Are you looking at this in its totality, so that we're just not fining residents and that these contractors who take up all these spaces?
Yes, so the contractor bill, as you're probably aware, was held today. There was a very meaningful discussion yesterday with the Contractors Association that Councilman Squilla hosted, and we're hoping to bring that back with a comprehensive approach. There is no question that the contractor parking permit program represents a substantial discount to contractors. Just coming over today on Arch Street, there was a vehicle that was trying to unload supplies to a construction site and block traffic for several blocks and several lights. because they were double parked. So you are correct. We send an officer out to issue a ticket for double parking, but the reason that vehicle was there was no space at the curb. And so there are a whole series of bills and ideas that we have that we will be bringing to you with over the next several months. There's no silver bullet to this congestion issue, but there are a series of measures that can be taken that will substantially improve the situation. So yes, we are looking at the totality. We're not looking just to put this on individuals. We're all responsible for moving traffic.
So the other issue that's come up is in other cities and across Europe, they do most of these deliveries and stuff in the evenings. What if any discussions have been had so that, again, we need to take some of these spaces back?
Sure. So we've had, thank you for that question. We've had a very substantial series of conversations with Otis and the Streets Department about trying to run some sort of pilot on truck loading zones. Perhaps where there could be an application built that would tell you real time whether a spot is available or not available at a particular time. The advantage of that kind of program to drivers would be substantial, and then we would propose to City Council that people start paying for the time that they're in delivery zones based upon the time that they're there. And with some of the new technologies we're implementing, you're going to have new kiosks soon that have pay by plate. You already have pay by phone. There are a lot of things that can be programmed and devised that will create multiple streams of payment. Congestion pricing is something, or I should say high-level hours. With these new systems, City Council would have the option, for instance, to make deliveries into delivery zones with this new system up to a particular hour, say 5 a.m. for free, and then create a fee during rush hour that would be high enough to be a substantial disincentive, and then maybe during midday it drops back and then spikes back up during rush hour and then goes to zero. So with this new system, we're hoping to be able to demonstrate to ourselves and the city that there's a better way to do this, that based upon pricing, contractors, delivery folks will have options that will disincentivize those rush hour deliveries.
Are there current limits to contractors? How many contracting trucks could be at a construction site?
No, ma'am. There is no limit.
All of that is being reviewed?
All of that is being reviewed, and it's within your very capable purview to set those terms.
Okay. What's the timeline that you're looking at, since we did hold
we'll
the
move
other
as
vote?
quickly as this committee and Otis and other partners want to move.
Is there an annual renewal for those construction permits?
They're renewed every 6 months. So on the contractor parking placard program, the next renewal is October. One of the things that my staff has recommended, not required in the ordinance, but in the ordinance, contractors are allowed 4 hours at a loading zone for free, and we're going to be proposing removing that provision because of the lack of delivery spaces available for others. And we think that will help free up some delivery zones immediately.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Petrie.
Councilman Breaux?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. Chris, my questions are really to you. What is the overall plan for traffic flow in the center city area of Philadelphia?
Yeah. So this document, Connect Philadelphia Strategic Transportation Plan, lays out the overall vision, and it gave us quite a few deliverables to work on. This is only one piece of this. So some of it is making transit more efficient, making walking and biking safe and attractive to people, and then moving cars efficiently when people still need to drive or need automobiles to make deliveries. So this is one piece of it, and it's shown to be effective. We have research from Toronto here that when they did something similar, they saw a 60% reduction in illegally stopped vehicles, and also they actually saw a decrease in the number of tickets given. So that it looked to be pretty close to actually revenue neutral. Increasing the fines got people to commit the illegal behavior is less often, so, people weren't actually in total paying more. I think other pieces of this are, improving the bus system in Philadelphia, looking at the contractor placard issue, using technology, and also in the very short term, without any need for new technology, is just increasing the number of loading zones and the hours that those loading zones are going to be open for that activity. So we're looking to make some adjustments on several center city streets that are very congested, such as Chestnut, 10th, and 13th, by the end of the summer, to give people more space to do the legal activity that they need to do to keep our city vibrant. But one of the things that we've seen, and when we had the enforcement blitz that we had last fall, that's documented here. This document's on our website, Chestnut Market Bus Lane Enforcement. What we saw is often we had open loading zones and then people just not using them. It doesn't happen all the time everywhere, but it certainly happens often enough, both on these cross streets and then on the numbered streets where there are open places for people to legally do their activity. They just don't want to walk halfway down the block. They want to park right in front of the business that they're doing deliveries to do. And this bill is meant to disincentivize that kind of activity.
Thank you. In terms of Center City as a business district, a commercial area, hotels, office buildings, lots of people coming in to do business, leaving, and then a whole night crowd coming in for restaurants, all that. What is the idea about parking, underground parking? How does parking fit into that?
Yeah, I think parking fits into it. We've seen a decrease actually in parking utilization in parking garages because of the rise of Uber and Lyft activity in Philadelphia. So, that's something that we need to adjust to. So right now, a lot of the parking that we have that's off-street, that's probably priced by the market, is underutilized, where some of the on-street parking, like with the contractor bill, is probably overutilized because it's being underpriced because the contractor placards are $150 for 6 months, and that gives you the right to park every day at a meter all day long. So I think if we can get that bill, work something out, bring it back, I think we can use some market mechanisms to better price the parking so it's better utilized in Center City. The other thing that we do is we have for electric vehicles, there's the parts of the code so that when we have new parking built, it's a percentage of that is EV ready. And I think we could take a look at that to make sure that we've got the right percentage of that, so we're adjusting and preparing ourselves for future transitions to electric vehicles.
Okay, I appreciate that. I would like to explore that with you because my concern is that city ordinances and policies are enhancing congestion and creating a lot of idling, looking for spaces, parking in front of residents' homes, all that kind of thing, because the capacity isn't there, is discouraged. But if you're looking at the studies, I would love to see that and kind of explore that with you.
Okay,
all right,
great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And I'd like to add to that, and I know the Otis is doing some freight studies and other things to look at how we manage not only deliveries, but what time trash is picked up and things like that we're throwing everybody on the streets at the same time. And if we're really considerate of Vision Zero and looking at the safety of this, not only the congestion of it, but the safety, we have to go a long way. And also, how do you incentivize people to use parking lots more instead of on-street parking? Mm-hmm. And I know with some of these things and looking at the reduction of the parking tax as an opportunity to also move people around into different areas. So, these things could all work together as we move forward. Is there a comprehensive plan? I know you showed us the plan and some of the ideas that we have, but is this going to be a rollout of individual legislation or policy changes as we move forward into the fall and next year?
Yeah, we're going to continue to see stuff roll out, over the next few years. The deliverables in Connect are either 2020 or 25 deliverables. Some of those we're making great progress on. Some of the other ones, especially the 2025 ones, are harder nuts to crack. So I think we're going to keep seeing progress on those. We've been making steady progress, and this is just one of the many alternatives that we have.
And I know you're working on policies for dockless bikes, and
Yes.
as today, you're going to see car-to-go
Yes.
type of ideas of how to reduce the number of cars on the streets. So, I mean, I think they're all good things to establish, and not that we're not going to have a magic bullet here, but I think if we do a number of them as we move on, we will see improvements, and we might have to adapt to things as they happen. So, thank you for all your work. Is there any other questions? Seeing none, is there anybody else here to testify on bill number 190467? Thank you so much. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190321, an ordinance amending Chapter 12-900 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Parking Regulations and Penalties by adding a new Section 12-918.1 entitled Parking for Flexible Park and Auto Share Organizations to provide for exemptions from certain parking regulations for flexible park auto sharing organizations under certain terms and conditions.
Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson and member of the Streets and Services Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Christopher Pahalski, Director of Policy and Strategic Initiatives at Otis. I'm here today to offer testimony on Bill number 190321. Car share is a proven tool to reduce overall demand for parking and congestion, all while increasing mobility and economic opportunity. Fixed location car share has existed in Philadelphia for over 15 years and has been widely successful. This bill will allow an exemption from certain parking regulations for flexible park auto sharing operations. Expanding car share is a deliverable in Connect Philadelphia's strategic transportation plan to increase economic competitiveness and to better manage curbside use and parking. The administration supports this bill, and I am available to respond to questions.
Thank you. And I know there's other people to testify, so we could hold questions until after everybody testifies. Is anybody else who wants to testify on bill number 190321, please come up. Thank you. Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony, and we could ask questions after.
Great, thank you. My name is Mike DeBonville, and I'm the Business Development Manager for Share Now, formerly Car2Go, and I'm here to testify in support of ordinance number 190321. Share Now, formerly Car2Go, is an innovative mobility solution for rapidly growing urban areas via a car-sharing network of eco-friendly, smart Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Mini vehicles. The company is comprised of a 50-50 joint venture between BMW Group and Daimler AG. More than 4 million members share a network of 20,000 vehicles in 31 cities around the world. That equates to every vehicle being shared by 200 people. A point-to-point and on-demand mode of transportation, Share Now offers flexibility and convenience of car ownership with none of the hassles. Today, Share Now's global operation is the largest, fastest-growing free-floating car sharing program in the world. Free-floating car share offers a convenient and affordable alternative to car ownership. Members can use the service to get to and from public transit stops, travel between transit gaps, meet friends and family for coffee, take their pets to the vet, and go grocery shopping. Simply locate the nearest vehicle to you via Car2Go, car share smartphone app, enter in your credentials, and within seconds you have access to a vehicle for as long as little as you like. As we work towards providing an additional mobility option to the residents of the city of Philadelphia, we also strive to be environmentally sustainable and economically conscious. In fact, Dr. Susan Shaheen, co-director of UC Berkeley's Transportation Sustainability Research Center, studied several Share Now North American cities over a 3-year period and found that free-floating car share cuts traffic congestion, reduces air pollution, and integrates with other transit and transportation options. Some of these examples include each Share Now vehicle removes up to 11 vehicles from the city streets. Share Now households drive 16% less, and each Share Now vehicle eliminates 10 to 14 metric tons of air pollution or greenhouse gases each year. Second, Share Now can save Philadelphians thousands per year. The average cost of car ownership in America per AAA is approximately $8,500, and the average cost of Share Now per year is less than $4,000. This figure is based on our power users, those who rely on us every single day. That's a savings of $4,550 or $4,500 a year. Share Now is also committed to road safety In 2018, we announced free road safety courses to all U.S. members as part of our ongoing commitment to Vision Zero. It should be noted that Share Now was the first free-floating car share service to actively support the goals of Vision Zero in the U.S., in which the City of Philadelphia also participates in. Share Now is changing the mobility landscape in cities for the better, creating a transportation service uniquely suited for urban dwelling demographic who want access to affordable, on-demand, and reliable mobility. I applaud you all for taking a leadership position in consideration of the pilot and look forward to the potential opportunity to serve Philadelphians. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just think for the public, people are looking confused on what flexible parking or this type of service is. If you just explain the use and how it is, it's almost like dockless bikes except for vehicles, and that's why people have the opportunity to not have a car because they can have access to a car that's on the street parked at a different spot through an app. You just want to go through a little explanation real quick.
Yeah, so the business model that this legislation enables is that the cars are parked throughout the service area that's defined in the bill. And you look it up on your app and you can see that a car is there. You drive it from one point to another point, and then you can leave it there as long as it's also within the service area. So that's different than the fixed location car share, like the old Philly car share, Enterprise car share, where you have to bring it back to the same location and you're on the clock the entire time. This business model lets you drive from one place to another place, and then on your way home or wherever you're going next, you have the flexibility to choose to look up on your phone and get another either car-to-go car or in the future other operators in the city, or to take transit, to walk, to bike, to use either one of our Indigo bikes or another dockless bike share company. It gives people the flexibility, and like this gentleman has said, it reduces the overall number of cars in a city and also reduces the overall number of miles driven in a city, which is a little bit different than the Uber and Lyft models.
And hopefully reduce the number of parking spots needed.
Yes,
That adds to this. And from what I understand is if the cars are in a location longer than 24 hours, they are relocated, is that the...
That's correct. So once the operation is fully operational, they really move in an organic manner, and we would expect cars to move within a couple of hours or even 30 minutes. But we have our fleet team constantly monitoring the vehicles for various tasks, but they also are monitoring for cars that are sitting too long and moving them into places where they're needed.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing then, is there anyone else to testify or have a question? Just come up and state your name, and then, guys, you want to stay there? Just state your name and then proceed.
Yep. Hi, my name's Mina Ravel. I've been here for a number of years in the city, so I've lived through Philly Car Share and Zipcar and Enterprise. Hi, Chris. Hi. So I now welcome Share Now. I had not heard of it till today. My question here is, what percentage of the Share Now vehicles would be electric? I ask because this would be a great opportunity for people to consider electric vehicles before they ever consider them. Most people don't know how much fun an electric car is. It is pure fossil fuel-free fun. I highly recommend it.
Thank you. Does anybody have an answer for that?
Yes, I can answer that. My name is Mike DeBonville, Business Development Manager for Share Now, formerly Car2Go. Initially, the fleet will all be internal combustion engine, meaning they will rely on gas, but that is not to say that we'll not be moving to electric vehicles in the future. One of the challenges we have in the United States when compared to our European cities is a robust electric infrastructure. So this is something that we're working with the cities to get some more infrastructure so that we can go fully electric. And the goal will be ultimately for our car sharing company to be electric in the future.
And I like to add, and I know we're working on that through Otis and looking to increase our infrastructure so that even people who own private cars, more people could access to electric vehicles as we move forward. So thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, is there anybody else here to testify on 190321? Thank you for your testimony. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190463, an ordinance amending Title 12 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Traffic Code to revise various provisions related to on-street parking systems, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you, Corinne. Just state your name just for the record and then proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Corinne O'Connor. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Philadelphia Parking Authority. I'm here today to testify on Bill number 190463. Bill number 19463 includes several verbiage changes to Title 12 of the Philadelphia Traffic Code. These changes are needed to reflect the current and future modernization of the parking industry. To give just a few examples of the direction the authority is going in, we have recently gone out to bid to replace all the single head meters and kiosks throughout the city of Philadelphia. The kiosks will be pay by plate, which will eliminate the need to place a receipt on your dashboard. This will eliminate the public from having to return to their vehicle when purchasing a parking at a kiosk. The installations will begin in August 2019 in Center City area. Will continue for the next 12 months until the project is complete throughout the city. In addition, the authority's contract for its back-end system has expired, and a new vendor was awarded this contract through the request for proposal process. This new system will include new handheld ticketing devices for all parking enforcement officers. The handhelds include GPS and scanning devices. This will give the authority the opportunity to capture many forms of data, which will enable us to work with our partners at the Streets Department, Otis, and SEPTA in our effort to enhance the flow of traffic, create more turnover parking. The system also streamlines a lot of processes, creating virtual permit parking stickers, which will reduce printing costs that the authority currently has. The authority wishes to continue along this path of modernization with City Council's support of this bill. We will be on the path to achieve these goals. I thank you in advance for your support and will gladly answer any questions.
Thank you. Just for clarity, for the record, it's pay by plate, not paid by play. It doesn't sound
Pay by plate.
We're not paid to play, but it's pay by plate. For the record, any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else who to testify on Bill number 190463 as amended?
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McGonigal, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190252, an ordinance authorizing the Pennsylvania Commonwealth System of Higher Education, doing business as Temple University, care of Kenneth Kaiser and Thomas McCresh, to install, own, and maintain non-standard lights in the public right-of-way at 1901-47 North Park Avenue along the Temple University Library property frontage, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. Sarah, if you want to start.
Good morning, Chairman Squilla and members of Streets and Services Committee. I'm Sarah Chu with the City Planning Commission. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190252. Bill number 190252 will allow Temple University to install, own, and maintain a non-standard lights in the public right-of-way at the Temple University Library property frontage. The location of the lights are along the south right-of-way line of West Norris Street and along the west right-of-way lines of North 13th Street. These lights will be located within the furnishing zone and the building zone, and they will not impact the pedestrian walking zone space. The design of these lights will match the existing lights on Paulette Walk in front of the library. These encroachments meet the minimum requirements of the Complete Streets policy. The Planning Commission, at its meeting of April 23rd, 2019, recommended Bill number 190252 for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Thank you. Pat?
Good morning, Chairperson Squilla and members of the Streets and Services Committee. My name is Patrick Ifrig, and I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I am here to offer testimony on Bill number 190252. This bill authorizes Temple University to install and own and maintain proposed non-standard lights in the public right-of-way at 1901-47 North Park Avenue along the Temple University property frontage. The proposed non-standard lights will be located along the 1901-47 North Park Avenue curb and building line on both the West Norris Street and North 13th Street property frontage. The Department of Streets is not opposed to these proposed non-standard light encroachments, as a clear, passable sidewalk space to remain after their installation meets the required complete streets walking zone minimum widths and will provide enhanced pedestrian comfort by making the sidewalk brighter at no expense to the city. Thank you for your time. This concludes my testimony. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, is anyone else here to testify on bill number 190252? Seeing none, Ms. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190287, an ordinance authorizing Noel Karazanyi, doing business as The Barn, to install, own, and maintain an open-air sidewalk cafe at 4901 Catherine Street, Philadelphia, PA 19143, all under certain terms and conditions.
Please proceed.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on number 190287. This bill will allow a sidewalk cafe encroachment at 4901 Catherine Street. The cafe will encroach onto the west footway of 49th Street for 6 feet, leaving 7 feet of clear and unobstructed sidewalk space for pedestrians. This encroachment meets the minimum requirement of the complete streets policy. Therefore, Planning Commission at its meeting on April 23, 2019, recommended this bill for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Gifford. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I am here to offer testimony on bill number 190287. This bill authorizes The Barn to install, own, and maintain an open-air sidewalk cafe at 4901 Catherine Street. The sidewalk cafe will be located along the 4901 Catherine Street east building line on only the south 49th Street property frontage. The Department of Streets is not opposed to this proposed cafe encroachment, as the 7 foot of clear passable sidewalk space to remain after its installation meets the required minimum complete streets walking zone widths. Thank you for your time. This concludes my testimony. I'm pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on 190287 as amended? Just state your name for the record and then proceed with your question or testimony.
Lynn Robinson, for the record. I actually have a question about 190252, about the lights. I notice when I visit New Jersey, they're all solarized street lights. And I'm wondering, it says what kind of lights these are and whether they're going to be solarized in this parking lot. Non-standard, I don't know what that means.
If you'd like, we could ask that and get that information back to you. We don't
Probably any new light should be solar.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions on 190287? Anybody else who would testify on 190287 as amended? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190288, an ordinance authorizing Matthew Hopkins, Aimco Development, to install, own, and maintain various encroachments at 3900 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia, PA 19104, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning, Ms. Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on number 190288. Bill number 190288 will allow various encroachment at 3900 Chestnut Street. The improvements at the sidewalk will include curb bump outs at the intersection of 39th and Chestnut Street and 39th and Sampson Street. These encroachments on the western footway of 39th Street, they will include pedestrian entrance ramp, steps, planters, pedestrian lights, benches, and bike racks. These encroachments meet the minimum requirements of the complete street policy. Therefore, Planning Commission, at its meeting of April 23, 2019, recommended Bill number 190288 for approval. This concludes my testimony.
My name is Patrick Gifford. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190288. This bill authorizes AIMCO Development to own, maintain various encroachments limited to a pedestrian entrance ramp, steps, planters, pedestrian lights, benches, and bike racks, all in accordance with the plan submitted to and approved by the Department of Streets. The Department of Streets has no opposition to these encroachments as they meet the minimum requirements for complete streets walking zones.
Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on 190288? Thank you. For the record, beside Councilman Johnson, also present is Councilmember Bass. Also, Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190289, an ordinance authorizing Yishai Kader to own and maintain an existing exterior stairway in the public right-of-way at 1501 North Front Street, Philadelphia, PA 19122, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here from Planning Commission. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190289. Bill number 190289 will allow an existing steel stairway located along the north right-of-way line of Jefferson Street to encroach upon the north footway of Jefferson Street for approximately 3 feet 4 inches. This stairway provides direct access to the second floor of the building. The Planning Commission had concerns about this encroachment as it blocks the windows of the first floor and it became a trash collection area on the public footway. The stairway can be instead designed within the abutting property line, which is also owned by the same applicant, so the sidewalk will be kept clear with no obstructions for pedestrians. The Planning Commission at its meeting on April 23, 2019, recommended Bill number 190289 not be approved. This concludes my testimony.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Gifford. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on Bill number 190289. This bill authorizes Yishai Kader to own and maintain an existing exterior stairway in the public right-of-way at 1501 North Front Street. The existing exterior stairway is located along the 1501 North Front Street building line, projecting approximately 3 foot 4 inches into the north footway, up to above the finished grade to approximately 20 feet high. The Department of Streets is opposed to this existing exterior stairway encroachment as it sets a precedent for other similar encroachments in the area and generally blocks sight lines and pedestrian paths, as well as being an eyesore that is used to store refuse, all of which negatively impact the city's ability to properly manage its public right-of-way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, is there anyone else here to testify on Bill number 190289? Thank you. Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190354, an ordinance amending Section 2 of an ordinance, Bill number 180285, approved on June 6, 2018, entitled, An Ordinance Authorizing the Trustees of the University of Pennsylvania to Install, Own, and Maintain Various Encroachments at 1 Convention Avenue, Philadelphia, PA 19104, under certain terms and conditions, by extending the period of compliance with these terms and conditions stated therein and making technical corrections.
Please proceed.
Good morning, I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190354. Bill number 190354 will extend the timeline for compliance for the original Bill number 180285, which was to permit the trustee of the University of Pennsylvania to construct 3 pedestrian bridges, a pedestrian tunnel under the Civic Center Boulevard, as well as an elevated pedestrian walkway canopy over the Convention Avenue footway. This action is to accommodate the proposed Penn Medicine's new hospital facility at the former Penn Tower site. The original bill was approved by the Planning Commission on April 18, 2018. Therefore, the Planning Commission at this meeting on May 21, 2019, recommended Bill number 190354 for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Gifford. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on Bill number 190354. This bill extends the timeline for compliance of the original ordinance, Bill number 180285, which was to permit the trustees of the University of Pennsylvania to construct 3 pedestrian bridges, a pedestrian tunnel under Civic Center Boulevard, as well as an elevated pedestrian walkway canopy over the Convention Avenue footway. The Department of Streets has no opposition to this bill.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on Bill number 190354? Seeing none, Mr. McGonigal, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190405, an ordinance authorizing Renee Woodland to own and maintain an existing oversized balcony in the public right-of-way at 1438 North 29th Street, Philadelphia, PA 19121, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning, Chairman Squilla. I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on Bill number 190405. This bill would legalize an existing balcony encroached onto the sidewalk of 1438 North 29th Street property. The balcony is located on the second floor of the building, which is 13 feet above the sidewalk level. The Planning Commission is scheduled to consider this bill on June 11th with a staff recommendation for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Morning, my name is Patrick Ivrig. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190405. This bill authorizes Renee Woodland to own and maintain an existing oversized balcony bay in the public right-of-way at 1438 North 29th Street. The existing oversized balcony is located along the 1438 North 29th Street building line, projecting approximately 4 foot over the west footway, elevated approximately 13 feet above the finished grade. The Department of Streets is not opposed to this existing oversized balcony encroachment, as it constitutes a reasonable deviation from the permissible standard in the Philadelphia Code.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190405? Thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
An ordinance authorizing 1201 North Franklin LLC, doing business as the International Bar, to install, own, and maintain an open-air sidewalk cafe at 1624 North Front Street, Philadelphia, PA 19122, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Chu. I'm here to testify on bill number 190457. This bill will permit a sidewalk cafe encroaching onto the sidewalk of 1624 North Front Street. The cafe will be located along the building line of Cecil B. Moore Avenue for 5 feet wide and 41.5 feet long space. A 7 feet wide sidewalk space will remain for pedestrians. This encroachment meets the Complete Streets policy. The Planning Commission is scheduled to consider this bill on June 11th with a staff recommendation for approval. This concludes my testimony.
Morning, my name is Patrick Ivrig. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190457. This bill authorizes the International Bar to install, own, and maintain an open-air sidewalk cafe at 1624 North Front Street. The sidewalk cafe will be located along the building line of Cecil B. Moore Avenue and provide a clear 7-foot wide passable sidewalk space after its installation. The Department of Streets has no opposition to this bill as it meets the Complete Streets policy.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190457? Seeing none, Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190449, an ordinance amending Title 11 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Streets to prohibit the construction of bay windows and balconies in and around the Point Breeze and Grace Ferry areas of the city, all under certain terms and conditions.
Pat.
Good morning, my name is Patrick Ivrig. I'm an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190449. This bill amends Title 11 of the Philadelphia Code to restrict balconies and bay windows within the area bounded as follows: Washington Avenue, 15th Street, Snyder Avenue, Point Breeze Avenue, 28th Street, Vare Avenue, New Hope Street, 29th Street, Tasker Street, 31st Street, Fernan Drive, 32nd Street, Tasker Street, 34th Street, and Grace Ferry Avenue. The department has several concerns regarding the current form of this bill. We do not believe that the Department of Streets is adequately equipped or is the appropriate agency to enforce this restriction. If this bill happens to pass, we are concerned that 1, some bays that should have been prohibited may slip through our process and inadvertently receive approval, and 2, that the restriction of bays and balconies within this isolated area will lead to an increase of encroachment ordinance requests, straining an already overburdened right-of-way unit.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Councilmember Johnson.
Sure. Thank you, Council President.
President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first and foremost, thank you for your testimony. My staff has been working, and a lot of people think that this legislation just came out of nowhere over the last couple of weeks after I finished my election, but nevertheless, we have been working on this piece of legislation at the request of constituents who have concerns in Grace Ferry and Point Breeze about the historical preservation of neighborhood blocks, and so we've worked in partnership with planning as well as license and inspections, and currently right now in the code, it's the Streets Department that regulates bay windows, AKA, they really pop-out windows for the most part. These monstrosity buildings with aluminum pop-out windows that could be green, orange, blue, and they're already residential, nice brownstone residential block, and so that's what the intent of the bill is. But nevertheless, when you talk about, it sounds like you're talking about the burden of additional work on the streets department, which I'm willing to have a conversation about in terms of the budget process of support. And if it's not going to be streets department, having a conversation with the administration, what agency it would be, rather that's L&I or streets. But nevertheless, we have started this process working in partnership with the Planning Commission and L&I, who directed us to streets who are already regulating this particular type of development. And so I'm willing to continue the conversation as we go through the process, but asking for my colleagues to vote the bill out of committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any council member Sanchez?
I have a question. I don't know if this is for the streets or for the bill's sponsor. Is this because people are getting variances a certain way, or is it just the shoddy construction that's being allowed?
This is more along the lines of just regulating the historical preservation of our blocks. And so for the most part, right now, by right, on a all brownstone residential block, I will meet seniors that will come to me and say, Councilman, next door to my home is something that's not eye appealing. It doesn't fit in the natural characteristic of our actual neighborhood. And so the historical part of Point Breeze and Grace Ferry, we're trying to preserve as we address the issue of gentrification and hyper-development. And so that's where the intent of the bill lies.
And so what has been the administration's response as you've tried to, without going through the historical designation, protect characters? I'm one that insists on brick construction and other things because I hate some of this paneling, because if you move into Old Kensington, guess what? It's Old Kensington for a reason. What has the administration suggested to you, if anything?
They haven't suggested, today is my first time hearing that there's any type of concern regarding this particular piece of legislation. Again, contrary to popular belief, the legislation didn't arrive over the past 2 weeks. We've been working on this for a while, and so it's new information to me. But nevertheless, we're still willing to have a conversation with them as we move forward. But I'm speaking on behalf of my constituents who have a greater concern about the preservation component. Who enforces it, and if you're being overburdened regarding their process and what slips through the cracks, to be quite frank. Honestly, if you ask me, sounds like more of an issue that needs to be addressed in terms of how your operation, to be quite frank. That's just my personal opinion. And so we can't say we have significant amount of development that's taking place all across the city. People are pulling permits and then say, well, we may have problem with things slipping through the cracks. If that's the case, let's step up our manpower efforts to address those issues. That's my take on it. And want to still have that conversation with yourself and administration as we will, because this is the first time I'm hearing of it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, is there anybody else here to testify on bill number 190449? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190456, an ordinance granting permission to Esteban Guinez, owner and operator of Los Potrillos food truck located in the right-of-way on the west side of the 4200 block of G Street between East Hunting Park Avenue and East Bristol Street, to install, use, and maintain certain electrical wires, conduits, and appurtenances in, under, and over the said right-of-way on the 4200 block of G Street between East Hunting Park Avenue and East Bristol Street for the purpose of supplying electricity to said food lunch truck, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thanks, Patty. Please proceed.
My name is Patrick Ifrig, and I'm an engineering supervisor at the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190456. This bill authorizes the operator of Los Potrillos food truck located in the right-of-way on the west side of 4200 block of G Street between Huntington Park Avenue and Bristol Street to install electric wires, conduits, and apparatuses. The Streets Department is not opposed to this bill as it was amended this morning to include a sunset provision of 2 years that this bill will terminate, and we will reevaluate the situation at that time. So at this point, the department is not opposed to this bill.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes. I want to thank the Streets Department for working with us. I know as the new food truck wave goes across the city, this is an issue that we'll have to deal with in a broader way. So I appreciate your willingness to work with me and with someone who's been operating there for many, many years. So I appreciate your support.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Anybody else here to testify on bill number 190456 as amended? Seeing none, Mr. McMonigle, please read the title on the next bill.
Bill number 190458, an ordinance authorizing Antonio Perez to construct, own, and maintain a proposed exterior stairway at 1801 North Hancock Street, Philadelphia, PA 19122, under certain terms and conditions.
Morning, my name is Patrick Ivrig. I'm an engineering supervisor at the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190458. This bill authorizes Antonio Perez to construct, own, and maintain a proposed exterior stairway at 1801 North Hancock Street. The exterior stairway is located along the south right-of-way line of Montgomery Avenue from a point approximately 35 feet east of the North Hancock Street, north right-of-way line of a point approximately 40 feet further east. The Department of Streets is opposed to this exterior stairway encroachment as it sets a precedent for similar encroachments and generally blocks sightlines and pedestrian paths, as well as being an eyesore that is used to store refuse, all of which negatively impact the city's ability to properly manage its public right-of-way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190458? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your testimony. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190185, an ordinance amending section 12-701 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Bicycle Lanes by authorizing the Department of Streets to designate a bicycle lane and to remove a travel lane on Market Street and on John F. Kennedy Boulevard, all between North 15th Street and North 20th Street, under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. Kelly, just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Good morning. Chairman Squilla and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Kelly Yeaman, Director of Complete Streets in the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. I'm here today to offer testimony in support of bill number 190185. If this bill is passed and enacted, it will remove a moving vehicle lane for a bicycle lane on both Market Street and JFK Boulevard between 15th and 20th Streets in Center City, Philadelphia. The bill will make permanent the roadway layout that exists today as part of a one-year pilot project with the same limits. Market Street is identified as a Vision Zero high-entry network corridor, which indicates a high percentage of citywide fatal and serious auto crashes. JFK Boulevard has also had several serious crashes, notably in summer 2016 when a driver lost control and killed and seriously injured pedestrians at 16th and JFK. The project reconfigured the roadway from 4 travel lanes to 3, added painted pedestrian areas, and protected bicycle lane on both streets. My team worked with partner agencies to gather robust before and after data along the corridors to measure the impact of the project on safety, mobility, quality of life of travelers along the corridor. After the pilot was installed, there was a 12.8% reduction in the number of vehicles with speeds above the posted speed limit during off-peak hours on Market Street and JFK Boulevard. 76% of area residents surveyed support making the pilot project permanent. In addition, a survey was conducted by the Central Philadelphia Transportation Management Association showed that 37% of survey respondents feel it's safer to cross the street with pilot improvements, and another 37% of respondents feel it's the same level of comfort. Vehicle traffic throughput and travel times were maintained along the corridor after the pilot. Constructing these bikeway links is consistent with the Philadelphia 2035, with Connect, the Philadelphia Strategic Transportation Plan, and the city's pedestrian and bicycle plan. These bikeways will provide a safe, sustainable, healthy transportation option for people of all ages and abilities, and will also provide traffic calming for all road users. There is demonstrated support for these projects from Logan Square Civic Association, Center City Residents Association, Center City District, and corridor property owners and businesses. The project is expected to be completed with PennDOT repaving in 2019, and the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability coordinated with this bill with the Department of Streets and who have no objection to the passage of this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I would be happy to answer any questions you have at this time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions? Are there any questions? Seeing none, is there anybody else to testify on bill number 190185? Seeing none, great job. Thank you. Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190355, an ordinance amending section 12-701 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Designation of Bicycle Lanes to authorize bicycle lanes on Richmond Street from Lewis Street to Berkshire Street and making associated changes to parking regulations within the same limits, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning, Chairman Squilla and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Kelly Yeaman, and I'm the Director of the Office of Complete Streets within the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. I'm here today to offer testimony in support of Bill number 190355. This bill will remove parking lanes on the east and west sides of Richmond Street between Berkshire and Lewis Streets in Bridesburg neighborhood. Constructing this bike lane is consistent with the Philadelphia 2035 Comprehensive Plan, Connect Philadelphia Strategic Plan, and the city's pedestrian bicycle plan. These bikeways will provide a safe, sustainable, and healthy transportation option for people of all ages and abilities, and will also provide traffic calming for all roadway users. If this bill is passed and enacted, new bicycle lanes will improve conditions for people who bicycle on Richmond Street and connect to neighborhood of Bridesburg with dedicated bicycle lanes to off-road trails, including the Frankfort Creek Greenway on Lewis Street and Wheatsheaf Street, and the Delaware River Trail along North Delaware Avenue. There is demonstrated support for this project from the Bridesburg neighborhood groups. The project is expected to be completed with PennDOT repaving of Richmond Street in 2019. The Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability coordinated on this bill with the Department of Streets, who have no objection to the passage of this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190355? Seeing none, Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190363, an ordinance amending section 12-701 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Designation of Bicycle Lanes to authorize bicycle lanes in the 1st Councilmanic District on North 10th Street from Buttonwood Street to Callow Hill Street and on Columbus Boulevard from Dilworth Street to Swanson Street, and making associated changes to parking regulations within the same limits, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning. My name is Kelly Yeaman. I'm the Director of Complete Streets in the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability, and I'm here to offer testimony in the support of Bill number 190363. This bill will remove a moving vehicle lane on 10th Street between Buttonwood and Callow Hill Streets in the Callow Hill neighborhood. This will fill a gap into the 10th Street bicycle lane between Spring Garden and Lombard Streets. The bill will also remove on-street parking on the west side of Columbus Boulevard between Swanson Street and Dilworth Street in South Philadelphia. This parking lane is underutilized, and removing it will allow flexibility to increase the width of the bicycle lane on a high volume speed, on the high vehicular volume or vehicular speed Columbus Boulevard. Constructing this bikeway link is consistent with Philadelphia 2035 Comprehensive Plan, Connect Philadelphia Strategic Transportation Plan, and the City of Philadelphia Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. These bikeways will provide safe and sustainable, healthy transportation options for people of all ages and abilities, and will provide traffic calming for all roadway users. If this bill is passed and enacted, the new bicycle lanes will improve conditions for people who bicycle on 10th Street and Columbus Boulevard and connect the adjoining neighborhoods to job centers. There is demonstrated support for these projects from the Chinatown CDC, Callow Hill Neighbors Association, and the Pennsport Civic Association. The projects are expected to be completed with PennDOT repaving on Columbus Boulevard in 2019 and restriping the bicycle lane work on 10th Street in 2020. The Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability coordinated on this bill with the Department of Streets, who have no objections to the passage of this bill. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Kelly, and I'd like to thank you for your work with the community groups on this process. Much appreciated. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190363 as amended? Seeing none, Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190445, an ordinance amending section 12-701 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Designation of Bicycle Lanes to authorize bicycle lanes on Germantown Avenue from North 2nd Street to Master Street and making associated changes to parking regulations and establishing one-way traffic regulations within the same limits, all under certain terms and conditions.
Good morning, Chairman Squilla and members of the committee. I'm Kelly Yeaman, Director of Complete Streets in the Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability. I'm here to offer testimony in support of Bill number 190445. If this bill is passed and enacted, it will enable on-street changes to Germantown Avenue as part of the joint Streets Department and Water Department Germantown Avenue Flood Relief and Complete Streets Safety Project. The bill will remove the parking lane on the east side of Germantown Avenue from Girard to 2nd Street, remove a vehicle lane from Thompson Street to 2nd Street, and establish one-way traffic regulations between Thompson Street and 2nd Street. These actions are in coordination with the Philadelphia Water Department Northern Liberties Flood Relief Project, which will add stormwater features under Germantown Avenue and require complete reconstruction of the street. This project will add a traffic signal at the intersection of Girard and Germantown Avenue, which is along a portion of Germantown Avenue that is the high injury network. The signal will manage vehicle speeds along Girard and facilitate safe turns from Girard to Germantown Avenue. The project will also add pedestrian scale lighting and upgrade ADA ramps in an area of Northern Liberties and South Kensington with increased infill development and facilitate walking as a form of transportation along this corridor. Finally, the project will add a two-way protected bike lane between Master Street and 2nd Street. This bikeway will be raised at sidewalk level and separated from vehicle traffic. It will connect to the north to the American Street project and to destinations south on 2nd Street and east to Delaware Avenue in Northern Liberties and Old City. Constructing this bikeway is consistent with the Philadelphia 2025 Comprehensive Plan, Connect Philadelphia Strategic Transportation Plan, and the city's pedestrian and bicycle plan. Bikeways will provide a safe, sustainable, and healthy transportation option for all ages and abilities and will also provide traffic calming for all roadway users. There is demonstrated support for this project from the South Kensington Community Partners, Northern Liberties Neighborhood Association, Northern Liberties Business Improvement District, and Streamline Development Corporation. The project is expected to be completed as the Philadelphia Water Department constructs below-grade flood relief infrastructure within the coming years. Construction is scheduled to start on the southern portion of the Germantown Avenue this year. The Office of Transportation, Infrastructure, and Sustainability coordinated this bill with the Department of Streets, who have no objection to the passage of this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on 190445? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonagle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190453, an ordinance amending section 12-901 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Stopping, Standing, or Parking Prohibited at Certain Places to permit overnight truck parking on South 11th Street between Catherine Street and Webster Street and to establish parking regulations on the same portion of South 11th Street, all under certain terms and conditions.
In addition, we've received support letters from the Chester Environmental Partnership and the mayor of Chester who support these contracts to bring waste to the Chester facility. My understanding from these testimonials that they play a huge role in the community in support of environmental initiatives within that area. In addition, they meet the standards of both the EPA and the DEP in terms of regulations in Pennsylvania.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, I know we'll have other people testifying. It might be a good idea to keep somebody here in case we have to ask the question.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Bass.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman.
So I just had a couple of questions. I've really been, giving a lot of thought to, what we're trying to do here, which is effectively dispose of the waste here in the city of Philadelphia. And, you and I have had many, many conversations about the state of Philadelphia and that it is dirtier than it has ever been before. And I know that you've been working really, really hard to address that. You and your entire team have been working hard to address that. So help me understand, how we can balance the argument in terms of the environmental concerns. How do we balance that argument in terms of what is healthy and good for our environment, in terms of, landfill versus incineration? I certainly have been looking at, both of those, options, if you want to call them options. But I also recognize that if we did landfill, then we spoke over the phone and you mentioned Conestoga, and that's the closest landfill, and that there would be some environmental issues there as well when you look at the carbon footprint in terms of traveling back and forth and that effect on the environment. And eventually, landfills get full as well. So can you speak to the concerns that the environmental community has about what is being proposed?
Sure. Thank you, Councilwoman, for your comments. First of all, I certainly want to acknowledge the concerns that was presented. We had several discussions on ensuring that both facilities are in compliance under current regulatory standards. That's not to say that more can't be done. I think the mayor created the Zero Waste and Litter Cabinet to take a look at holistically how we can divert and reduce waste that we consume every day and what we purchase, what we buy. All those things play a big role in how we dispose of waste in the city of Philadelphia. So we're looking at the waste stream from its inception and not at its disposal. I think one of the key cornerstones of this contract is that we're allowed to explore the possibility of building an organics facility right here in the city of Philadelphia, which would divert even more tonnage from both waste to energy and landfills in the near future. We certainly have a provision to pilot that, and we would love to be able to execute that in the near future, because it ultimately not only reduces waste, but it also is healthy for the environment, in that we produce energy from organics. We're able to produce nutrient-rich compost that can also be used, so it has a host of opportunities for us to reduce the amount of waste. Unfortunately, this current contract has very limited options for us to be able to dispose of waste, and we have to select between both landfill and then waste to energy as our only option.
Speak a little bit further about the idea of building a facility here in the city of Philadelphia.
I'm sorry?
You said there was the idea of doing some sort of a facility for waste disposal here in the city of Philadelphia. Can you speak about that in terms of what the plan is?
Sure. So we went to a facility owned by Waste Management in Newark, New Jersey, that actually takes organic waste and turns it into a slurry that sends it to a digester, and that digester then produces energy. So we have some of the infrastructure here, but we have to make sure that it's compatible for whatever technology that we are considering building here. And ultimately, we need an end use for that material, which means we have to be able to produce it by either selling it to a viable vendor who could use that energy or use it within our own city government to say, for example, fuel trash trucks or any other type of fuel savings that would reduce the cost and use our waste to actually produce energy and not just send it to a landfill or waste to energy facility. So that is the long-term goal. That is part of the strategy for what we want to do in zero waste.
Okay. Well, the first thing is I'm glad to see that there are some long-term strategies here in the city of Philadelphia, because I feel like what we do is we just, we address the moment. We act in the moment, and there's never the time or the, I don't want to say the inclination, but really just the time, I would say, for us to sort of dial back and say, how do we get from where we are now to being a much more environmentally friendly city? I think that we are, among other cities, we're better than a lot of cities, but that doesn't mean that we are doing all that we can do and all that we should do. And so, whatever we can do, I'd like to see the Streets Department and the administration look further into that. And as we talk about strategy and time, I noticed that you mentioned that this was a 5-year contract, and that's considered long-term?
The solid waste contract is a 4-year plus 3 1-year renewables. The recycling contract is a 5-year contract. I read 2 testimonials. So
okay.
Okay. So just for clarification purposes, yes, and that is considered a longer term contract for recycling because we were usually a low bid 1 year plus 3 renewable years based on the commodities and the market that would be price driven and the processing. But because of the change and the dynamics, that's what's happening in overseas markets, more companies want longer term deals to ensure that they have protections in terms of the price ceiling of costs for recycling and the volatility of the market.
And I think that while we're working on, like we have a 4-year contract and a 5-year contract, and, while we're proceeding with those contracts at the same time, we should, there should be a parallel track in terms of how do we reduce waste and consumption and, just overall and have a more environmentally friendly policy so that we don't have to keep revisiting these kinds of issues, that we have a solid policy that is going to be much more long-term, because at the same time that this is, like I said, 4 years and 5 years, we need to be looking at, much further down the line. And I would hope that that's something the administration would certainly consider.
Absolutely.
That's something we would be willing to, offer as an amendment if you're interested in working with us on that.
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll ask others who are here to testify. Mr. McMonigle, would you like to read the next panel?
Okay. Can we please have Mike Ewell? I don't see Maurice Sampson. Lynn Robinson. Mino Ravel.
Mike, if you'd like to start and just state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Sure. My name is Mike Ewell. I'm the founder and director of Energy Justice Network. There were 41 organizations that signed letters to the mayor and city council objecting to any use of incineration for the city's waste. This includes all of the main environmental groups in the city: Sierra Club, 350, Clean Air Council, Clean Water Action, Penn Environment, Conservation Voters of PA, and many others. It even included a nurses group, Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments. It's unanimous that the environmental community condemns waste incineration, and yet the administration is still pushing this hard, as you're just seeing. It was also supported by all the groups that define and certify what zero waste means globally, like the Zero Waste International Alliance, their affiliate in the US, also strongly understands that incineration is not part of zero waste, although the city seems to be hijacking the idea of zero waste by having a zero waste plan, a zero waste director that includes incineration, and the definition of zero waste does not do that. And it actually prioritizes no incineration over avoiding landfills. The sign-on was also supported by the 3 groups in the communities that a lot of Philadelphia's waste goes to. The group in Chester, the Chester Residents Concern for Quality Living, which is the grassroots environmental justice group there, and also the group living with the Covanta facility in Plymouth in Montgomery County. Both of these are the largest air polluters in these areas. The largest air polluter in Chester is that incinerator. The largest air polluter in Montgomery County is that incinerator. The largest air polluter in Bucks County is their trash incinerator too, and there's a grassroots group there dealing with that and the fact that they have 4 landfills there, one of them still open. And they also signed on recognizing that they would rather have the waste go to their landfills than go to the incinerator, which is far more polluting for Bucks County's communities. You also have Congresswoman Mary Gay Scanlon, who weighed in, I believe just yesterday, managed after trying for a month to reach the mayor on the phone to talk to him and express concern because she represents part of Philadelphia, but also where our trash goes in Chester. And she's been hearing a lot from her residents throughout Delaware County, concerned about all the air pollution coming from the biggest trash incinerator in the country, which is what they live with. Now you're hearing this term waste to energy. There is no such thing as waste to energy. You can't turn matter into energy without a nuclear reaction. Thankfully, that's not what they're doing at trash incinerators. They're turning trash into toxic ash and toxic air emissions. So we're not getting rid of waste. For every 100 tons that they burn, 70 tons goes into the air, and these facilities surround Philadelphia and are contributing to our F grade that the American Lung Association just gave to Philadelphia for air quality. A different asthma and allergy association found that Philadelphia, just last year, they found it's the 4th worst city for asthma in the country. And that's driven by the nitrogen oxide pollution that these facilities are some of the largest sources of in the whole 5-county Philadelphia area. Far worse pollution than what we get from the landfills. So there's a lot of concern about asthma, about the other diseases that are caused by the extreme amounts of pollution coming from these incinerators. There's not an issue with landfill space. Pennsylvania has a glut of landfill space. We have so much landfill space, we're filling it up with waste from Canada down to Puerto Rico and every state in between, because we have so much extra landfill space in Pennsylvania. I grew up fighting incinerators and landfills in Bucks County when I used to live there. I know landfills are no good, but we recognize that incineration is far worse and still sends toxic ash to landfills. So Carlton Williams was just testifying, saying, well, incineration is better than landfills. That's not true. That's not backed up by the state's data, by EPA's data, by life cycle assessment that have been done, and there's a reason why the unanimous opinion in the environmental community is that incineration is worse. It's not a space issue. It's not the amount of waste that hurts people, it's the toxicity. And when you burn it, you're increasing the toxicity, you're putting 70% of that into the air, the other 30% still goes to landfills, making them more toxic and more dangerous. Now, there's a solid waste recycling advisory committee. These resolutions that you're hopefully will not be voting on today, but they say that that solid waste recycling advisory committee was consulted on this. That's not true. I've been to their meetings. We've asked to be consulted about it. We've asked to look at the RFP months before it was issued. We were denied that by Scott McGrath, who was just sitting before you. He is not interested in having the Solid Waste Advisory Committee actually advise anything. I've been to those committee meetings, and all they do is classroom style tell people after the fact what they've done.
Thank you for raising that.
Yes, they're basically being ignored, and other long-term members of the committee will tell you that. Maurice Sampson, if he were here, he would plan to testify, would tell you the same thing. The contracts were also not released in full. We didn't see the contracts until yesterday, and that was with blank lines under the prices, under the tonnage amounts. We didn't actually get to see those details filled in until now. And so there are almost 200 pages across these 3 contracts that I'm guessing none of you have had a chance to really look at. And just trusting the administration on this is not wise for a number of reasons. One of the reasons is because it has put or pay clauses in the contract. It guarantees a minimum amount of waste. Now, if we're supposed to be moving towards zero waste, how can we be signing 4, 5, 7-year contracts that guarantee we're going to send a certain amount of waste to specific facilities, including incinerators? Other cities that have done this, Baltimore City, for example, they're moving away from incineration, but they have an incinerator in the city that Baltimore County also contracts with. And Baltimore County just got sued for $32 million because under their contract it says they're going to give that incinerator in the city a certain amount of waste, and they didn't give them enough waste, and they're getting sued for that now. DC, thankfully, was wise enough when they signed a contract with Covanta to make sure that they also have a 6 to 11-year contract. They don't have any minimum amounts that they have to give. They can send them 0 tons and not break the contract. They were smart enough not to have that kind of provision. We need to make sure we get rid of those here in Philly. So the people that are advising on this, we can't be looking to them to be objective. Carlton Williams, when he was responding to questions from Blondell Reynolds Brown's office on this, dodged every single question a few months ago and answered questions about the recycling contract when the questions were actually about the waste contract. He had false information about the letter, pumping up incineration, saying that our waste goes places that is not even the amount of waste that goes there. He said 70% goes to an incinerator in Bucks County. That's not even close to true because the state's data clearly contradicts him. And the state's data is much more trustworthy, it's documented and been tracked for decades by the facilities themselves. He also just said that Chester supports sending Philadelphia waste there. That's not true. He mentioned the Chester Environmental Partnership. That's an operation funded by Covanta. It's a front group for Covanta to look like they have an environmental supporter in the city when the actual residents of the city are strongly opposed to the Philadelphia trash coming to them and polluting their community. He also said Conestoga is the closest landfill. That's, again, not true. The closest landfill is the Fairless landfill that most of our waste goes to, and that's in Bucks County, much closer, smaller hauling distance. He made an issue about trucks. I have worked with a published expert in this. We did a life cycle assessment for DC, and we proved that incineration is more harmful than landfills, even if you have to truck it 4 times as far, and that the trucking emissions were insignificant compared to the amount of pollution from the facilities themselves. So you're hearing one piece of misinformation after another. You're hearing from Scott McGrath, who's stonewalled for 6 months on right-to-know requests when we just tried to get basic information on contracts. You're getting these comments from Nick Esposito as well, who's the zero waste person for the city. He's telling people in our network that trash incinerators have great air pollution control devices, that we are somehow missing that. If that's true, how come they're the largest air polluters in Chester City, Bucks County, and Montgomery County? How come it's true also that EPA data and even the New York Environmental Agency for that whole state have looked at comparisons of incinerators versus landfills and found that incinerators are far more polluting, that in the case of New York, they found that they're more polluting than their coal power plants. And EPA data shows that as well. And the Chester incinerator, most incinerators have 4 pollution control devices. The ones in Bucks and Montgomery have those, and they're still the largest polluters in those counties. The one in Chester is the biggest one in the country, has 2. Somehow they're missing half of the pollution control equipment that most incinerators have. And when EPA inspector from Philly asked them about that years ago, they said, oh, well, it would cost too much and introduce operational problems, even though they can do it elsewhere. So these are the things that the folks advising you are having confidence in, yet they're not doing their homework, they're not sitting down with us when we ask for meetings, and they're not asking for the advice from their own advisory committee. So we need you to intervene. We need City Council to not just rubber stamp the administration on this. We need you to make sure that there's no put or pay clause in the contract, and we need to make sure there's a no burn clause in all the contracts, because it's clear from the state and federal data, from the environmental community, that it's worse to be burning and putting this waste into our air. Now let me just say a couple things on the recycling contracts. It's a separate testimony I put together. I'll be quick on that. I noticed that the contamination rate in the city of what people throw in their trash cans, I'm sorry. Well, I'll wait until you're ready to hear me.
Because I'm not going to give my testimony, so you have a little bit extra time. You've said it all.
Okay, thank you. So 20 to 25% of what people are throwing in in recycle bins in the city is considered not recyclable. That fraction that's going to go into Waste Management's hands to the plant in Northeast Philly, where they're doing the spec fuel project, is going to get burned in cement kilns, which are among the largest air polluters. Actually, they are the largest air polluters. There are 5 of them in the Lehigh Valley, and they're the largest air polluters in those counties. And so the idea that somehow recycling is not being burned anymore, well, that may be technically correct, but a lot of the stuff that's being thrown in recycle bins that can't get through the recycling process is going to still get burned. And so we need to not listen to the stuff that's saying, oh, don't worry about the recycle bins anymore. Other people are going to be choking on that pollution, and we need to have a no-burn clause in the recycling contract as well. The last point, and I was just meeting last night with a recycling industry expert who's been in this field for many, many years. He looked at the recycling contract and was startled to find, and I believe, hopefully he'd emailed in his comments by now and we'll document this, that the city's possibly getting ripped off for up to about $4 or $5 million over the lifetime of the recycling contract by Waste Management because they're using the wrong recycling market indexes for aluminum and perhaps also plastics. The value of that is very different from what they put in the contract, and if he's understanding this right, then we need to take a closer look at that contract and not get ripped off for $4 million or more. Thanks.
Thank you. Please proceed.
My name is Lynn Robinson. My name is Lynn Robinson, and I am really new to this issue, so I'm actually not going to say my testimony. I put it in there, but I'll just say this. When I talk to neighbors about the fact that we burn trash, they're shocked. Most people are appalled. They have no idea we're burning trash. They think it's ancient history. And so I'm going to commit myself to learning more about this so I can speak better next time and start informing the public, because I don't think it's going to be very popular.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name's Minal Ravel. I'm here to testify on the 3 bills today about the recycling contract and about the waste contract. I realize all of us want our trash to be taken away when we place it at the curb. However, there is no such place as away. There is only air, water, or land to dump into. When we incinerate 100 tons of trash, as Mike said, it turns into 30 tons of ash and 70 tons of air pollution. The 30 tons of ash is mostly toxic heavy metals and needs to be buried in a landfill, eventually to seep out into our groundwater. See what I mean about air, water, and land? Because much of our trash is now plastic, it's even worse to burn than in years past. Because of the toxins and because this adds to the carbon already responsible for the climate crisis. You may say, but look, the incinerator also generates electricity. Isn't that a good thing? No. The greenhouse gas emissions from an incinerator are much more than from even a coal power plant, which are gradually being closed down all over the U.S. So we shouldn't be incinerating our trash. We could bury our trash in landfills. For now, that's a better option. And there's plenty of space, as Mike tells us. I spent most of yesterday speaking to several national consultants on this issue. I found that we need to look at this problem systematically. We need to ask what is creating trash? How do we reduce it? How do we repair broken items and extend their life? How do we recycle better, even up to 50% of our trash? How do we encourage economic development around this? How could we do better to educate? And how do we develop pilots for items not previously recycled? By signing these contracts, we end up with corporate interests in charge of our municipal solid waste. We need professional environmental planners in charge of our zero waste goals. These bigger questions that I just asked are beyond the scope of the streets department, tasked with hauling and delivering the collected materials. That's all the streets department should be doing, and that's all, I mean, they are good at that. But we need planners to think outside the box a little bit. What should we be doing? We need a commitment to zero waste. We've said that, but we don't really have this commitment. It means we need to divert up to 90% of our trash, do something else with it, and only 10% maybe gets landfilled. Incineration is not part of this picture. It cannot be. But knowing that landfills are better than incineration, we could continue landfilling our trash for now, and then things we could consider are a pay-as-you-throw program, a program where recycling and compost pickup is free, and residents are charged per bag of trash. Pay-as-you-throw has been proven to reduce the trash that people put out by 44%. You are thinking of illegal dumping, I know. But we've been told that there's no significant increase in illegal dumping. This was surprising when I read this. Meanwhile, we need to close the loop with local recycling facilities that process the collected materials. We can't look to China anymore, we know that, so we need to think local around this. and local composting facilities to process our organic waste, and convenient neighborhood sites for repairs and for drop-off of bulky and hazardous materials. One reason we have illegal dumping is because people don't have cars to schlep it to the convenience centers. Specific to the contracts on the table, well, I missed a hearing about the waste thing. We're spending about $10 million a year on our recycling. The contract says a lot about the contamination rates, and but nothing about how to reduce it. There was a reference to an education fund on there, but there was no mention of how big that fund would be, nor who manages it. We need better education if we're going to reduce our contamination rates. And I'll give an example. Pizza boxes. I've been told both ways. They're recyclable and they're not. When I put them in the trash because they got grease on them, the trash guys don't pick it up. So there's an inconsistency in education. We need that education fund if we're going to get this right. And I checked all these contracts yesterday, and the money, the disposal fees on all these contracts was blank yesterday. Today I hear there were numbers attached to them. This is very last minute for a lot of $1 million, and I don't think we should hurry up to sign it. It's like writing a blank check just for incineration. Zero waste means never having to say we're burning our trash, not even at waste-to-energy plants. And I'd like to add a little bit about Councilwoman Bass. You had a hearing on composting a couple of years ago. That needs to be revived, and that needs to be part of this bigger picture. Composting, not anaerobic digestion, that Mr. Williams mentioned, I think.
Thank you very much. And is there a Ron White?
He left. He had to go to work.
All right. Is there anybody else to testify before we'd like to bring the commission back? Okay, can we just come up if you want to testify?
Mr. Chairman, can we have the Streets Commissioner come back and address what was stated before we hear new testimony?
Sure. Commissioner?
If you could just address some of the statements that were made so that we know, we hear a balanced argument, I guess. We hear both sides.
I'm sorry. Before you start to testify, we're just going to have the commissioner sit, and before you testify, the commissioner's going to sit and just explain one thing. If anybody who has testified already, please go behind the gate. Anybody who hasn't testified, please come in front of the gate. If you have testified, please go behind the gate. Councilmember Bass?
So Commissioner, you heard the testimony and the concerns, and I just wanted to hear what your response was to those concerns.
There was a lot of testimony. Is there a specific area that you would like us to comment on, Councilwoman?
There's not a specific area, but there was just a lot of information that was provided that said that some of the information that you provided earlier was inaccurate, or that some of the information was not as it has been presented in terms of the benefit to the city, the cost to the city, the environmental impact. So I did not keep a full list of everything that was stated. So I don't know if you wanted to respond to some of the things that were said, because I think that having the other side of the argument is important, if there is another side to present based on what was just presented.
And we certainly appreciate the testimony that was presented here today. One of the things that we rely on is, again, information that comes from the state DEP in terms of the violations that was issued against facilities, or their emissions that we should be concerned about. Again, after meeting with the DEP and EPA in terms of these areas, there were none in terms of us being these facilities being there's those type of violations. In fact, many of the standards that was presented by the EPA, we were given the information that they were well below those standards. And while there may be some issues with emissions in general, the standards that were set forth, which we go by, certainly saw that they fell into compliance. So those are the things that we took a look at when evaluating this contract in terms of environmental sustainability. In terms of information that's being relayed and given up at the last minute, as you know, we went through a best value process, as I testified before, and which several departments participated in. During that negotiation, we cannot publicly disclose the information that we discussed during those negotiations until after those have concluded. Then we present it to your office. So the opportunity to do that in advance during negotiations was just not there. With recycling, with regards to recycling, as you know, Councilwoman, we pride ourselves in being one of the most environmental cities in terms of recycling. We went from 5% 10 years ago to 20% diversion by switching to single stream recycling, but that market has now changed, and single stream may not be the best option in terms of how materials are collected because of the level of contamination now. So we launched a massive environmental broad-based educational campaign that teaches people about the basics of recycling. When I go by my neighbors' bins and when I go throughout the neighborhoods and communities, I see that people don't really understand what to recycle. And so we do need to go back to the basics to educate people on that. It's not just important to put things in the bin, but recognize what you're putting in the bin because it's actually harmful to the environment. So those are some of the things that the department has done and will continue to do. Scott McGrath, our environmental planner, is here. He works very closely with the state in reference to these standards. I certainly will give him the opportunity to testify. Keith Warren, Deputy Commissioner, is also here with us today. He can talk about the operational efficiencies that we've gained in terms of these relationships in our current contract. So we're happy to try to answer any questions that they have. If there's additional information that we need to review, we certainly will do that as well. And when there are issues that come up, we certainly will share them with this council so that we can address them immediately if in fact these problems exist and they're exasperated and they're again documented by agencies that we have to take our data and information from.
Okay, very good.
One quick question before you start. The one question in that the minimum amount of waste being received, if you do not come up with that amount of waste, would you still have to pay for it, or is that a violation of a contract?
We have to deliver 75% of the minimums that were established, and then that becomes an issue with the contract. So 75% of what I reported earlier.
Anybody can answer if you want to start, and then you can go into your...
Yeah. Oh, I would add that...
Just state your name.
State your name.
Scott McGrath, Environmental Planner, Streets Department. I would add that the guarantee can also be adjusted on an annual basis. So as recycling or the amount of waste generated by the city changes, that number can also be adjusted. So the numbers that we're providing to the contractors is 75% of the guaranteed quantity. That guaranteed quantity can also be adjusted on an annual basis, so that protects the city from any put or pay issues.
Is that written into the contract that you could adjust it?
Yes. What's that?
He said it's in the contract.
Is it in the contract that it can be adjusted every year? Okay. Councilmember.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
I just wanted to, okay. I just saw you confirm.
I was talking to our law department, yes.
Oh, okay, all right. One other question, I did have a hearing a while ago, it's been at least 2 or 3 years ago, on composting. Is there, and we know that composting does lift out some of the matter out of our trash, which lightens the load, which saves us money. Have we been looking at that in terms of having some composting available in the city of Philadelphia, at least on a pilot program
Yes.
basis? Is that something that we're doing? Okay.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman. I want to address the comment that was made earlier that we were talking about anaerobic digestion versus aerobic digestion. We have both, and we were approved for a permit to pilot an aerobic digestion facilities in the city of
What
Philadelphia.
did you call it
and
again?
communities.
What?
Excuse me?
What did you call it again?
Aerobic. That means it naturally decomposes inside of them versus having machines that do it and produce a gas.
Okay.
In its simplest term. Yeah, so we do have both options available to us. One is being coordinated by the Zero Waste and Litter Cabinet. The other is actually a part of our contract to introduce an anaerobic digestive facility here in the city of Philadelphia.
When will that be rolling out? When will you be?
Well, the DEP permit for the aerobic digestion has actually just been approved, and so we're looking at piloting in some areas through the Zero Waste and Litter Cabinet. I can get you a timeline on when that occurs, but that is expected to happen in the very near future.
This year or next year?
I don't know
Near
about
future in
this year.
Philadelphia can mean a lot of things.
Within a year,
Yeah.
Councilwoman.
Within 1 year?
Yes, I would say within a year, because there's planning, and obviously we would have to market and advertise where these facilities are and to get people to start actually using them. The other is, again, a part of a pilot to study and look at those best practices where they've actually introduced it. I stated in Newark, New Jersey. I believe out California is another location in which they're actually looking at a 25,000 annual ton per ton facility that would allow them to take food waste and turn it into an energy.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. If you could still hang, we appreciate it. I don't remember who we called, but if the first three could come up and to testify that we called, and then the other ones afterwards. Just state your name for the record, and then whoever wants to start, and we'll go from there.
Good afternoon. My name is Marta Guttenberg. I'm a resident of Center City, Philadelphia. I'm also a retired pediatric pathologist, retired from the Children's Hospital, but I'm speaking today as a private citizen. I'm going to try to make 2 points. The first is that if you Google Covanta, you will find an article published in a very reputable journal, The Guardian, on the profound environmental racism that corporation inflicts on the city of Chester. I think it's shameful for the Philadelphia city of brotherly love to throw our neighbors of color under the bus. The next thing I'm going to try to talk about is environmental racism. Environmental racism does not mean that you disregard laws. Oftentimes, environmental racism is encoded in the very laws and regulations that are being presented today and which contracts need to comply with. I'm hoping that you'll step back and look at the big picture that permits the entire East Coast of the United States to put its trash into Chester. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Susan Edwards. I'm a retired educator, and I mainly have some questions for you. I'm wondering if there's anybody who lives in Chester who's here today? So I might be the closest thing. I live about 4 miles from Chester, and I understand that the plume from the plant, the Covanta plant, extends out 17 miles, which actually would include right here. And the toxins that go into the air not only harm Chester residents, but also those of us who live within that 17-mile radius. I grew up a few miles from Chester. My father went to Chester High School. I used to go shopping in Chester for clothes and for fabric. I've taken part in alternatives to violence workshops in Chester. I have many dear friends who live there and acquaintances. And I've taken a toxics tour of Chester, and I would advise anybody who has not taken such a tour to get in a car or get on a bus and travel around the city near the waterfront, and it's filled with smoke and all kinds of things going into the air and right across the street from where people live. So Chester, talk about environmental racism or environmental justice. I think Chester is probably a poster child for that. So I think we need to be very careful not to add to that. I'm wondering if you can assure us that neither Chester residents nor those of us living within the 17-mile range are not being exposed to dangerous air pollution. Have you looked at evidence that the ash from burning waste is far more toxic than unburned waste in a landfill, which has been alluded to? Have you considered landfilling the waste and recyclables while working to increase energy efficiency and wind and solar electric generation instead of so-called trash to steam? And can you explain why the Chester Covanta plant has only 2 pollution control devices compared to 4 at other plants? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Dixon. A friend of mine's young nieces and nephew, Allie, Sarah, and Ryan, live in Chester. On Chester Pike, right where it turns into Morton Avenue, the back of their yardless house overlooks 95. So they breathe in carcinogens from vehicles on these roads. There's no place outside to play. Their schools are inadequate. My friend wonders if Ryan, who is now a bright 10-year-old, will be forced to join a gang in a few years. Almost all children in Chester are in the same boat as Allie, Sarah, and Ryan. They already have challenges in their lives. I'm ashamed that my discarded plastic is burned and ends up in their lungs. 27% of the waste burned in Chester comes from Philly. Covanta Delaware Valley Incinerator makes the worst air pollution in Delaware County, even worse than the oil refineries, even worse than the Kimberly-Clark paper mill. This incinerator is the #2 source of mercury within the 5-county Philadelphia area. Mercury causes damage to nervous, digestive, and immune systems and lowers IQ in children. The incinerator also releases nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide, cadmium, carbon dioxide, and other harmful substances. I'm especially concerned about its release of particulate matter. Particulate matter is a mixture of liquid and solid particles. Some particles, like smoke, can be seen, others are smaller and can only be seen with a strong microscope. Particulates aggravate lung disease and trigger asthma attacks. I'm sure everyone in this room knows someone with asthma. In 2017, the Harvard School of Public Health published a study in the New England Journal of Medicine about health effects of breathing particulate matter for those over age 65. Researchers observed adverse health effects with exposure at levels below current safe standards. The study found that there is no safe level of particulate matter. So burning trash is worse for health than using landfills because burning releases these toxins. Don't burn our trash.
Thank you. The next 3, just you could self-select who are, come up.
Good afternoon. My name is John Randolph. I live in Havertown, Delaware County. I'm a lifelong resident of Delaware County, and I'm here to represent the opinions of my family, friends, and neighbors regarding the contract with Covanta. Council is deciding here today to continue to burn the City of Philadelphia's trash in Chester, Delaware County. Chester is an economically disadvantaged community comprised mainly of people of color. Chester residents will bear the brunt of breathing in tons of your toxic ash. This is an obvious case of environmental racism, but we all know it. This may be legal, but it's immoral. You are deciding to burn this trash instead of using a landfill space or some other less dangerous way of disposal that does not involve residents of my county breathing in toxic ash. I urge you to decide a different way to dispose of your trash. Some here today will make this decision, but we are all responsible.
Thank you. Whoever would like to go next, please. Speak in the microphone and identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mitch Chen, and I'm a resident of Philadelphia, a member of the steering committee of 350 Philadelphia. I wasn't planning to testify today, but I want to share a few thoughts with members of the committee. Last June, City Council passed a law authorizing members of council to request an environmental impact assessment from the Office of Sustainability in order to evaluate the various impacts of proposed legislation. To my knowledge, that has not yet been triggered, but in light of what has been said today, I would like to suggest that members of this committee request a full environmental assessment from the Office of Sustainability prior to approving any of these contracts. It's clear that there's a difference of opinion among the Streets Commissioner and literally everyone else who's testified about the impacts of, the relative impacts of, health impacts of incineration versus landfilling. To me, it seems crystal clear that incinerating trash is much worse for people's health than landfilling. However, if members of the committee feel like they aren't able to or ready to form a judgment about that, you've passed a law giving you a tool to get an assessment from the Office of Sustainability, and I would encourage you to do that. I want to say that there's more and more research about the health impacts of air pollution. The World Health Organization recently declared air pollution a public health emergency. I've been especially concerned, as Ann Dixon was saying, about particulate matter, especially the smallest kind of particles, ultrafine particles, which are not yet regulated, but appear to have very serious health impacts. And we're learning more and more about those impacts every day. Health conditions in Chester are an emergency and should be treated as an emergency by members of this committee and by members of City Council. It is not acceptable to keep burning trash in light of the really serious health impacts that people are experiencing. I just want to quote two sentences from a report that was in The Guardian, a reputable UK newspaper. The title of that article was "Revealed Air Pollution May Be Damaging, quote, every organ in the body." International Respiratory Society's forum published a couple of review papers recently, and in the conclusion they indicated, quote, air pollution can harm acutely as well as chronically, potentially affecting every organ in the body. Ultrafine particles pass through the lungs, are readily picked up by cells, and carried via the bloodstream to expose virtually all cells in the body. So we're learning more and more about the harmful impacts of air pollution. I think there's a lot more that's going to be found in the coming years as that research continues. I don't see any justification for approving these contracts in light of that data, in light of all the testimonies that were offered today. And if committee members feel like you're not, as I said, not ready to fully evaluate that on your own, I would encourage you to ask the Office of Sustainability to compile all this data and to formulate, some opinions for you to consider. Thank you very much.
My name is Aja Gaddy,
And I would just like to read something here. So I was able to speak with Mr. Williams a little earlier, and in regards to talking about the landfills, we already kind of covered that we actually do have other landfills and further out, and we were talking about the you know, how much it would be for the carbon footprint and so forth. But they say that they definitely use the EPA for what they're exploring here. So the EPA data shows that the 3 incinerators here around Philadelphia are the 3rd, 4th, and 5th largest industrial sources for nitrogen, oxygen, and air pollution. And these polluters are right here, like we said, in Chester. So as one of the other persons spoke, nitrogen oxygen is something that definitely insinuates asthma as well as cancer. Also, the incinerators are from the American Lung Association. So we've said that just the 5 counties around Philadelphia have received an F for air quality because of these incinerators. And that's an F, not an A, B, C, D, an F. So we're just trying to say that, as a colleague here just spoke, we're just trying to say that we understand that we have to do something, and then we have to do something immediate, but relook at these contracts. As somebody even spoke, there was a contract before would have had a no minimum waste, you know, so that way if there is something that comes up, you could decide not to send, you know, anything there to be burned. And then also, they were stating in the contract, so I was given a piece of the contract to read, which was the guaranteed annual quantity, which is on page 9. So that is what everybody was talking about in regards to the 75%, page 9, section 8. So if you wanted to look at that to see exactly what we're talking about, because they're saying it's yearly, but the way the contract is reading, it's every 4 years. So if you want to read that, Exhibit A, page 9, Section 8 on the contract. So.
Thank you. Just state your name to begin and then proceed.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Joe Cox. I'm in support of everything the activists, environmental activists have said about not burning trash. But I just want to make a quick comment. I don't understand why it's confusing that our city is dirty. We have no public bathrooms. There's no trash cans or recycling bins. It's hard for people to get a recycling bin at their house. And there's no education on the bin that tells people what is recyclable. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lynn Landis. I'm a 18-year resident of Philadelphia and a 23-year resident of Bucks County, and was very involved in protesting against the increased landfills and incinerators in Bucks County at that time. I'm also the founder of Zero Waste America. It is a resource website that focuses on zero waste issues, landfills, incinerators, and legislation. And I helped author legislation to zero waste out the yard waste in Pennsylvania in order to protect us from waste imports. We are I believe still the largest importer of waste in the country. So we are really the wastebasket of the United States. So I do want to make it clear that website has been there for years. It's a resource website, and I do not represent any group as such. I was a part of the zero waste movement, a member of the State Solid Waste Advisory Committee in the 1990s, and the Sierra Club Solid Waste Chair. Regarding incinerators, it is the worst of all possible solutions as it results in the toxic emissions of dioxin, mercury, and other cancer-causing and neurotoxic emissions. And to be frank, our population is not doing well. Our children are not doing well. 1 in 5 have ADD and other issues to do not only with emissions, but with other toxic elements they are being exposed to. This is just one more. And particularly with the mercury, mercury drives you crazy. So that's why we really want to be reducing mercury emissions, not adding to them. In addition to the incinerator ash, the emissions in the air, and that 30% of the waste going back into the landfill, a lot of it does not go into the landfill. A lot of it goes into building and road construction products. So, for instance, when the road is being swept and being cleaned, particularly let's take Germantown Avenue, for example, and the mortar between those stones, the historic stones, and all that dust is being kicked up, that could include incinerator ash, toxic incinerator ash. So it's those kinds of things we have to be very clear on. Again, with the zero waste program for the city, I would like to volunteer to help out with that program. But when we talk about zero waste, we're really not talking about, I think it's best to focus on zeroing out a waste stream, not simply reducing it. It's a better focus. So with the organic waste stream, for instance, food compost and yard waste, the object should be to zero out that waste stream. My family uses Bennett compost. All our food trash, with the exception of meat products, goes in that compost bin. So that's what I would suggest. Please do not go the incinerator route. Incinerator, basically what it takes is it takes trash and burns it into these really small particles that make it far easier for you to absorb through your blood and air and in your lungs. So it's really a short circuit to your brain and your body, and that's the last thing we want to do. Landfills are not good, but they're not as bad by any extent as incinerators are. And again, I would like to volunteer my time to help with your zero waste program with the Streets Department. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all for your testimony, and hopefully we can continue to work together to make the right decisions moving forward. Is there anybody else here to testify on bill number 190413, 190468, and 190469? Seeing none, Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190462. An ordinance amending Title 11 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Streets to authorize placement of wayfinding signs in the right-of-way, all under certain terms and conditions.
Thank you. Pat, if you want to state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson Squilla and members of the Streets and Service Committee. My name is Patrick Gifford. I am an engineering supervisor with the Department of Streets. I'm here to offer testimony on bill number 190462. This bill amends Title 11 of the Philadelphia Code, authorizing the Department of Streets to place wayfinding signs within the public right-of-way. We have several concerns regarding the current form of this bill. However, our department is working closely with Councilmember Parker's office to amend the bill so the outcome works for all interested parties. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on 190462? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. McMonigle, please read the title of the next bill.
Bill number 190464, an ordinance amending section 11-2033 of the Philadelphia Code entitled Sewer and Water Pipe and Other Underground Service to authorize revision of the length of time during which a permit to maintain a plumber's ditch remains valid.
Thank you. Steve, you just want to state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony.
Yes, good morning, Council. Good morning, Chairperson Squilla. My name is Steve Lorenz. I'm Chief Highway Engineer for the City of Philadelphia Streets Department. Good morning, and the honorable members of the Committee on Streets and Services. I am pleased to provide this morning's testimony in support of Bill number 190464, authorizing the revision of the length of time which plumber's permit in the City of Philadelphia may remain valid. The bill amends Section 11-203, parentheses 3, of the Philadelphia Code pertaining to openings and excavations in the streets. As you know, the department stands committed to ensuring an unencumbered public right-of-way that promotes the free flow of all traffic. Concurrently, the law also recognizes the necessity of, where warranted, diverting traffic to open the street. This need can be caused by emergencies, event development, or other uses intended to enhance the public and private causes. Under the current law, all permits issued for sewer, water pipe, or other underground service shall be operative for no more than 30 days from the date issued. Particularly, this means that all work contemplated in writing by the permit must be completed and inspected within 30 days. Violation of this provision are subjected to statutory fines up to $700 per day, violation under Section 11-707 of the Code. Street opening or footway permits, a subset of the permits covered under this section, sometimes required so-called plumber's ditches to remain open for the duration of the work. A plumber's ditch is defined as a hole that is dug by a plumber to repair service, lateral, or sewer line. Upon completion of the work, the plumber must then backfill the ditch and notify the city of its completion. Backfilling is the process of filling the excavated area caused by the plumbing repair for safe roadway or foot traffic. Backfilling cannot occur until the water department and or other utilities conduct various tests and then be performed pursuant to the streets department. This process can often require for safety additional time. For the permittee, revising the length of time during these permits remain valid limits his or her exposure to a fine or for failure to backfill a ditch and or notify the city of the backfill. For the city, passage of the ordinance would give the streets department flexibility to better regulate the openings in the street. This alleviates safety concerns related to hastily performing backfill while granting the department additional tools with which to enforce its regulations. Consequently, this bill improves the city's maintenance of the right-of-way to help ensure safety for all traffic and benefits enforcement of its code's provision. We respectfully request council support this bill and grant additional flexibility for the operative period of these permits. Thank you for support. I will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Steve. Quick question. So right now it's 30 days?
Yes, sir.
So they have to maintain it for 30 days and then we...
No, this is prior to them maintaining it for the 30 days.
Prior to maintaining.
Currently, from the date a plumber applies for his permit, he has 30 days to complete the work. Okay. What we are asking to do is not put a deadline on it per this regulation. What we want to do is work with the water department and the plumber's advisory board to change the 30 days to something that is more respectable.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any questions? Seeing none, anybody else here to testify on bill number 190464? Seeing none, thank you. Barry?
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Barry, can you please come back up? Just state your name again for the record and proceed. And refer to the bill number.
My name is Barry Davis. I'm with the City of Philadelphia Law Department. I'm going to give testimony on, Sean, what is the bill number for the Covanta and waste management contracts?
There are three bills that we read in, 190413.
Covanta is bill number 190468. And 190469 is waste management.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairman Squilla. I want to give testimony. I want to correct a statement that was made by one of the Streets Department staff with regard to the what was referred to as the put and pay clause in the contract. The way this this guarantee is structured is that for the there's 4 base years of the contract, and then there's the option on the city to renew. During the 4 years, the guaranteed quantity remains the same. So for the 4 years, the city is guaranteeing that it will pay 75% of what the maximum quantity is that can be delivered. And the reason for that is that we have a need to have a guarantee with regard to capacity. We don't want the vendor to not have that capacity for our waste. To do so, we put ourselves at great risk. So that 75% has been a part of our contracts, I want to say for at least 25 years. We have never come anywhere close to a situation where we would be paying for waste that we did not deliver. If you think about the beginning of the Nutter administration, when we really made a big push to increase recycling in the city of Philadelphia, we went to single stream recycling. We were able to increase our recycling and decrease the amount of trash by about 15%. And that took 4 or 5 years actually, for that to occur. So I think if we were able to have that kind of reduction over the next 4 years, not only would it be shocking, it would be wonderful, but I don't think we'll come anywhere close to that. Even with very concerted efforts, it would require that we at least double the recycling that we have in the city currently. So my experience has been that this is not a risky provision. It's a provision that guarantees the city the ability to take material to a waste disposal facility, and additionally, it is what makes it possible to negotiate a price that is going to be affordable for the city. If there's no guarantee, you're not going to get a good price.
So you cannot renew after each year. After the fourth year, you would be able to renegotiate, or they?
So after the fourth year, if we had a dramatic reduction in our waste, we would then be able to adjust that guarantee. If we decided to go forward and renew those contracts, these are 4-year contracts. There is the option of the city to renew for 3 additional years, 1 year at a time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, I think it was Mr. McGrath, I think, who testified. I think he was just confused about what was being asked. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Any questions?
Mr. McMonagle? That would end our hearing. We are going to go into a quick meeting because we have a hearing coming up, and then we're going to come back for a hearing on the resolution.
So amendments? Okay. Yeah, but we'll vote first. Yes. Yeah, okay.
Are we voting now?
Yeah, we're voting now, yeah.
Council Chair, if I may briefly respond to the solicitor's
No.
response.
That's
The hearing's over.
It's recessed. Okay, say 2:15.
We'll now start our public meeting.
You want the amendments, right?
We are going to come back, like we said, and we'll make an announcement at the end of this for a resolution. Councilman Greenlee, first, make a motion on the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that adoption of the following amendments to Bill 190320, 190463, 190287, 190465, 190468, and 190469. I move that those amendments be approved.
Second.
Amendments have been moved and properly seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. So ayes have it. All amendments read into the record have.
You missed what? What? Hold on. Oh, yeah, you vote. Okay. All right. There it is. This one, 456? 456. That's it, right? I read them all. 463.
456.
463, I thought I read. Okay. Didn't I? I read 463, right? Okay.
363. 363.
Where's 363? Oh, 363. Okay, I didn't see it. Okay. So, should I do them all again or just?
Yes, let's start
Okay,
here.
all right. All right. Once more, Mr. Chairman. I move that the following amendments be approved. The amendments to bill number 190320. 190463, 190287, 190456, 190363, 190465, 190468, and 190469. I move those amendments be approved.
Have all amendments been moved and seconded? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. All amendments have been approved. Councilmember Greenlee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the following bills would be reported out as committee with favorable recommendation, that the rules of council be suspended to allow for first reading on our next session of council. Numbers 190098, 190119, 190211, 190364, 190365, 190381, 190411, 190434, 181004, 190309, 190320 as amended, 190410, 190304, 190307, 190379, 190450, 190467, 190321, 190463 as amended, 190252, 190287 as amended, 190288, 190289, 190354, 190405, 190457, 190449, 190456 as amended, 190458, 190185, 190355, 190363 as amended, 190445, 190453, 190465 as amended, 190413, 190468 as amended, 190469 as amended, 190464, and 190464.
462.
190462, 190464. I move that those bills with the appropriate amendments be adopted. Be moved out as committee with favorable recommendation with a rule suspension.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. All bills read into the record have been approved with the suspension of the rules to be read in the next session of council. That will end our meeting. We will have another hearing coming up, but our hearing will reassume at 2:15. Thank you. Yeah, it's like school closings.
Resolution.
Don't talk about that.
Go sit down, Pat. Don't write that in the record. Resolution 190423, resolution authorizing City Council's Committee on Streets and Services to hold public hearings regarding accountability for the state of road surfaces in Philadelphia.
Thank you. And I think we have your written testimony. That'll be made part of the record. I think Councilman O has some questions.
Okay.
Councilman?
Thank you very much. So I have read your written testimony, and I do understand from the mayor's budget address that there's more money for paving, resurfacing, pothole, things like that. And we had held several hearings on the condition of the roads a year and a half or 2 years ago, and then there was $6 million that was going to be invested into a pothole killer, some more things, and it would take time. And so from that conversation, it was my expectation that by now there would be a marked improvement in the condition of the roads. I have seen resurfacing in different parts of our city, which is wonderful. However, at least it appears to me and people that I speak with that Center City has got a lot of potholes. I know there's different terminology for it. I'm just going to say, all sorts of defects, depressions, holes, things like that. And, it's a very traveled area, and it is just a question like, can't these large potholes at least be filled so that cars don't have to weave around them until whatever time? So I'm just curious what's going on with Center City.
Thank you, Councilman. Richard Montanez, Deputy Commissioner of Streets Department. So as you know, in Center City has seen a large influx of construction. There's a lot of work happening. So not only with the potholes you're seeing, we're also seeing utility cuts. AT&T's cutting, Verizon's cutting, Comcast is cutting, Pico. And as we try to coordinate our work, it's been difficult for us to pave the streets coordinating all the utility works. Perfect example to give you is we've been trying to pave Spruce and Pine, and now we're actually pressuring Pico and PGW to hurry up and get out. They've actually have come in and cut the street on us prior to us starting our paving job, so we have to delay. So we're trying to coordinate all this, at the same time increase our paving schedule. You will see a large increase of paving coming up in the summer times, usually when we do Center City. So you'll see a large increase that we'll start doing more streets in Center City. We tend to do the residential streets or outside of Center City during the rest of the year, but in the summertime we come into Center City.
Thank you for that. I'm not talking about utility cuts. I'm talking about like huge depressions.
Even regular potholes and all that, we are repairing them on a nightly basis. We come in twice, 2 times during the week at night is the only time we're able to do work in Center City so that we don't congest the streets. If it is a dire emergency, the crews do come into Center City and we close the streets down. We do ask for police help and help with direct traffic and control the traffic.
Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, I certainly, is there a way for citizens just to identify? There used to be like the 411 system.
The 311 system?
311, yes. I'm sorry,
yes,
311.
we still receive complaints all through 311, and we address them. And one thing we can say is we are actually seeing a decrease from last year in our potholes, about 10,000 potholes less this year at the same time as last year. Okay, thank you. I will just say anecdotally, like myself, I've lost 3 tires so far, and I've seen what appears to me to be larger potholes in Center City, and there's one at 11th and Market, which is about half the street width, and traffic actually has to go into the other lane or go up on the sidewalk to avoid it. And it's like right in the middle of Center City. I've had constituents and other people complain, despite what you're saying and the data, it's hard to see. So my question is, for example, are they not filling potholes because they're scheduling a resurfacing? No, okay, so they are supposed to address those potholes. Yes, and a perfect example would be on Washington Avenue. There's a large number of the street defects there, and we are working on that, even though we are scheduling to resurface that in 2 years. So we still fix the potholes even if the street's scheduled to be resurfaced.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, Councilman, good morning.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Lorenz, Chief Highway Engineer for the Streets Department. One of the things that we are doing in addition to filling the potholes, and you'll see it on streets like Washington Avenue, also we've done a lot of this work on Ogons Avenue and a couple other spots where the streets are programmed to be resurfaced, but they're a few years out. We've been what's called an asphalt adjustment, and what we've been doing is going out and cutting a whole area of asphalt out manually, and then coming back the next day or 2 days later and resurfacing it, with city forces, doing it manually, not with a machine. So that might be some of what you're seeing. One of the things that we have been doing a lot of, we do it every year, but we've been doing it more aggressively this year, is the ditch repairs. Okay, what we're doing is it's called a blitz. So we're taking a whole section of the city and we're just going in there on a Saturday and maybe doing 50, 60 ditches or cave-ins. And then later on that week, so what we'll do on that Saturday, we'll go in there, cut the defect out, concrete it, and then later on in that week, come back and asphalt it. The problem is when you do a blitz like that, it takes a little bit longer to, you're doing a mass ditch digging. Well, you need time to resurface it as well or put the asphalt back. So some of the complaints we've been getting aren't really potholes. They're, okay, you started the restoration, when are you going to finish it? And
Right.
we're struggling in trying to get that done quickly, but we are making headway.
Okay, thank you. I'll just kind of...
And Councilman, I just want to also add about Center City a little bit.
Yeah.
Two of them corridors that we've been getting the most complaints about, and this is where you may be referring to, is like 15th Street and 17th Street.
22nd Street, 21st Street.
Well, I'm saying, 21st Street, we paved that. Well, maybe
okay.
north of Market we did.
Yeah, north of Market is paved.
But just using those two as an example, just over the winter, they just fell apart in their eyes. I mean, there are utility cuts going down the street, but it's just because of the age and the traffic that's on that street. Now, last year, for us to pave a street this year, we're looking at it either last year or 2 years earlier to say, okay, how long is it going to be before this street totally falls apart?
Right.
And, and that's based off just the age, the utility cuts, the amount of traffic, things of that nature. So we looked at 15th Street and 17th Street last year and said, it's not going to make it too much longer. And sure enough, when we came out of the winter, even though it was a little bit of a milder winter, we still had a lot of freeze thaw. It just fell apart right in front of our eyes. So we do have those two programmed for resurfacing. Hopefully July, August-ish. That's when we try to get into Center City.
Thank you. I have these concerns because in other parts of the city, if there are potholes or ditches or other things, people can generally slow down, move around them, maybe go slowly through them. But the areas around Center City, being a commercial district, tourist attraction, all that, has congestion. And the congestion is leading to things like hiring new, there was a bill to hire new traffic personnel. They're talking about tolling the streets. They're putting in, new bike lanes, closing down travel lanes, but then there's a big pothole somewhere. And then it's like trying to bicycle and do scooters with big potholes in the middle of the street. It just seems like in Center City, there's a cost attached to those potholes that doesn't exist in other parts of the city. So it makes me kind of hesitant to really, look at, like when I hear about different bills and other things that are being proposed around congestion and those type of things, I just wonder how much of that is caused by defects in the road. So anyway, that's my concern, and I appreciate you coming here and explaining that.
Thank you, Council Member. One last question. I know you mentioned about the additional resources in the 5-year plan for street repaving. And do we see a timeline when we will catch up?
So this year's goal is to do over 95 miles. 95 miles. And the goal is to get to 131 miles. And the way we project it with the funding, it will take us 5 years to get there. That also includes buying equipment for the third paving crew. We currently have the equipment for the second paving crew and the manpower, and now we're in the process of purchasing the equipment for the third paving crew. It takes about 24 months to get the equipment into the city.
So by the end of the 5 years, we should be up to speed, and therefore, hopefully...
We should be doing 131 miles of paving annually, and then put the roads back to a state of good repair.
Good to hear. Thank you so much.
We also, Councilman, this year we also released our PAVE PHL application. So it lets council members look online to see what the streets department's doing on a, weekly basis of where we're paving, where we're milling, where we're line striping and things like that.
We understand, even though you have that, sometimes emergencies come up where some defect happens and you have to adjust.
Mm-hmm.
So there is room for adjustments to add something that is in bad shape.
Well, yes and no. If we're milling in South Philly in your district and you ask me to pave something up in Fishtown, I can't move the crews from here, up to there.
Not immediately,
However, if let's say there's at the last minute, a utility needs to get in there and I'll just use, let's say, water department, for example, a sewer collapse happens. Okay, we can hold up the paving of that street or delay the paving of that street until, let's say, next year, until all the utility work is completed. So we do have a little bit of flexibility. However, adding a street in, especially at the last minute, can be challenging. But if there is an emergency, we certainly will work with whatever utility, that emergency is affecting, or even, your office or whomever's office.
Okay, thank you so much. We will end the hearing and we'll leave it up to the call of the chair if we need to hear anything else. Thank you so much.
All right,
Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.